My child, stop for a moment. Do not turn away, and do not let your mind wander to the next thing. I need you to hear me right now, because this message is not late. It is not by accident. It was set apart for this exact moment, and I need you to receive it. I am speaking to you because something just shifted. You surprised me. Yes, you. Finally, you did it. And before you doubt those words, before you try to make this moment smaller than it is, listen closely to my voice. I am not shocked because I did not know what you could do. I am not surprised because I ever doubted you. I speak this way because you finally stepped into what I have been waiting for you to believe. You moved when fear was still loud. You chose faith when your hands were shaking. You did what you kept postponing, and heaven took notice. This matters now, not tomorrow, not someday. Now. But I must also tell you the truth, and I will tell it straight. There is a reason this word almost did not reach you. The enemy did not want you to hear this. He wanted you distracted. He wanted you wandering from one empty thing to the next. Because what I am about to speak will expose him. He has been working against you in ways you did not even recognize. In your habits, in your thoughts, in the people you let close. He has been whispering lies into your mind, telling you that you are too weak, too broken, too far gone for me to ever use you. And little by little you started to believe it. That is exactly what he wants. To keep you stuck, defeated, and blind to what I placed inside you. But hear the truth now, spoken from my own mouth. The enemy has no power over a child of mine who stands firm. He can tempt you. He can lie to you. But he cannot destroy you unless you hand him the key. So this message carries two things, and you need them both. It carries my joy because you finally moved. And it carries my warning because what you just stepped into must be guarded. A door has opened, and every open door draws two kinds of visitors, my purpose and his schemes. Do not let that frighten you. I am not speaking to alarm you. I am speaking to arm you. A father who loves his child does not only celebrate, he also prepares. Today, I will do both. Let me return to the moment itself because I do not want you to rush past it. I saw the breath you took before you said yes. I saw you act while your mind was still full of questions. I saw you decide to stop waiting for perfect conditions. That is why I speak with urgency now, because hesitation has stolen enough of your days, and this season is about movement. Do you feel that mix of excitement and fear inside your chest? That is not confusion. That is awakening. Something in you finally came into agreement with what I have been whispering for so long. And I am calling your attention now so that doubt does not creep in and rewrite this moment. Doubt is a thief that comes quickly after every act of faith. It will tell you that nothing really happened. It will tell you that the step was small, that it changed nothing, that you imagined my hand in it. Do not listen to that voice, not even for a moment. Stay with me until the end of this message. Do not rush away. This is not noise. This is direction, and I have much more to speak over you today. You are not behind. I want you to hear that clearly, because you have measured yourself against others for too long. You looked at their pace and called yourself slow. You looked at their harvest and called yourself empty. But I do not measure my children against each other. I measure a heart against its own calling, and your heart just answered. You surprised me. Not because I expected little from you, but because you finally believed me enough to move. There is a difference between knowing what a child can do and hearing that child finally say yes. I have always known what you carry. Now you are beginning to know it too. That is what changed today. And because you moved, things are moving. Not everything at once. I rarely work that way. But the ground under your life has shifted, and what was locked has begun to loosen. You could not feel it yet with your hands, but your spirit felt it. That is why you are here listening instead of 100 other places you could be. So let my words settle. Let them reach the rooms inside you that have been shut for a long time. Some of those rooms hold old disappointments. Some hold questions you stopped asking because the silence hurt too much. I am going to walk through those rooms with you today, one by one, and I will not leave a single one the way I found it. This is only the beginning, my child. What you began in courage, I intend to establish in strength. But strength requires truth, and truth requires listening. Not the kind of listening that nods and forgets, the kind that bends a life. So quiet the noise around you. Set down what you were carrying when this word found you. For the next stretch of this road, it is just you and me. And I have waited a long time for this conversation. I am not in a hurry, and I will not speak over your heart. I will speak into it. Breathe slowly. Unclench your hands. What I am about to show you concerns the step you just took, the battle around it, and the road that opens beyond it. Nothing I say today is meant to shame you. All of it is meant to steady you. So hear every word to its end. Declare your amen now if your heart is ready to hear me. Now I need you to know something deeply and clearly. I saw everything. Not just the moment you finally moved, but all the moments before it. The ones no one else noticed. The ones you carried alone in the quiet. I saw the nights you stayed awake, turning the same thoughts over and over, wondering why something that looked easy for others felt so heavy for you. I saw the days you smiled on the outside while feeling stuck and frustrated within. You were never invisible to me. Not for 1 hour of one day. I saw your hesitation, and I did not judge you for it. I understood it. You were not weak. You were carrying more than you ever spoke about. You were trying to be strong while wrestling fear, disappointment, and self-doubt all at the same time. I heard the question you asked in the dark. What if I fail? And I heard the quieter fear underneath it, the one you never said out loud. What if I try, and nothing changes? My child, I heard every one of those thoughts, even the ones that never became words. There were moments you almost gave up on yourself. Moments you thought, maybe this just is not for me. Maybe I waited too long. Maybe I missed my window. I saw you pull back when you wanted to step forward. I saw you delay because you were afraid of being disappointed again. And still, I stayed close. I did not rush you, because your heart was learning something in that long stretch of waiting that no shortcut could have taught it. You were not ignoring me. You were growing even when it felt like nothing was happening at all. I was strengthening you quietly. I was teaching you endurance. I was teaching you discernment. I was shaping your heart so that when you finally moved, you would move with sincerity and not from pressure. That is why I recognized this moment so clearly when it came. This was not a random decision. It was the harvest of everything you walked through. I know there were times you felt misunderstood, even by people close to you. You felt like no one truly knew how much it cost you just to keep going, just to choose hope one more time. But I knew. I counted every time you chose to stay instead of quitting. I received every prayer that sounded more like a sigh than a sentence, and I answered more of them than you realize. Now listen carefully, because I am about to show you what actually happened when you moved. What you did was not about bravery. It was not about talent or strength, or finally having everything figured out. It was about alignment. The moment you acted while still feeling uncertain, your heart came into agreement with my voice. That is what changed everything. For a long time you believed you had to feel ready before you moved. You told yourself that peace had to come first. Confidence had to come first. Clarity had to come first. But that was never my order. I do not wait for feelings to lead. I respond to faith. And faith does not mean the absence of fear. Faith means choosing me while fear is still speaking. There is a difference between feeling ready and being aligned. Feeling ready is an emotion. It comes and goes. It depends on how your week went, on what people said to you, on whether conditions looked right. But alignment is a decision of the heart. It is the moment you stop consulting your fear and start consulting me. Many people spend years waiting to feel ready, and in that waiting, they walk past the very thing I prepared for them. You broke that pattern. You chose movement over comfort. You chose faith over control. And now I need you to release the idea that obedience must be perfect to be powerful. You thought hesitation disqualified you. You thought doubt slowed me down. But I have always worked through imperfect people who were simply willing. Moses argued with me at the burning bush. Gideon asked me twice for proof. Peter sank in the very water he had faith enough to step onto. I used every one of them. What mattered was never how clean the step looked. What mattered is that the step was taken. That is why heaven responded when you moved. Not because you impressed me, but because you trusted me enough to act without guarantees. I was never withholding anything from you. I was waiting for your decision to match what I had already placed inside you. Not punishing you. Not testing you to see how long you would last. Waiting. The way a father waits at the door he already unlocked. When that alignment happened, things began to shift. Doors you could not open with effort will now open with grace. Not because you earned them, but because you agreed with me. This does not mean everything will suddenly become easy. But it does mean you are no longer stuck. You are no longer circling the same lesson. You have crossed a line inside, and the inside always changes before the outside does. I also want to correct a lie you have believed for too long. You thought I was disappointed in how long it took you. I was not. Growth takes time, and maturity cannot be rushed. What matters is not when you moved compared to others. What matters is that you finally moved with a whole heart. I value your sincerity more than your speed. Hold on to this truth. You did not move alone. You moved with me. And when alignment happens, momentum follows. This is why this moment is different from every other time you tried to change. This is why it will not be wasted. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit right now. Now I want to teach you something about what comes after obedience, because the step you took was not the end of anything. It was an entrance. You have crossed into new territory, and new territory must be held. Ground that is gained can be lost again if it is left unguarded. So listen closely, because I am going to show you how the enemy works and how a heart stays free. But first, understand what this season asks of you. It asks for open hands. For years you held your life tightly, guarding every corner of it, deciding that safety meant keeping and control meant peace. That grip is what kept you stuck. The step you took was the first loosening of it. Now I am inviting you to loosen it further, because trust that costs nothing changes nothing. Everything you have passed through my hands before it reached yours. The strength in your body when you rise. The work of your hands. The provision that found you in seasons when the numbers made no sense. You have never once carried yourself, even on the days you were certain you were carrying everything. Remembering this is not a burden. It is a freedom. Because a heart that knows its source can release without fear. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now stay with me, because what I say next will protect everything you have begun. The enemy watched you take that step too. And I want you to understand how he answers a child of mine who starts to move, because he rarely answers with something loud. He answers with something small. He does not need to destroy you. He only needs to redirect you by a few degrees, a small compromise. A little decision you tell yourself does not really matter. A habit you believe you can handle. A conversation you call harmless. He is patient. If he can get you to say yes to something small today, he can get you to say yes to something larger tomorrow. And over time, if he succeeds, you will no longer see the difference between my will and your own desires. You may think it is not a serious thing because your life still looks fine from the outside. You still pray. You still gather with my people. But a door left open does not need to look dangerous to be dangerous. An open door only needs time, and he will not waste the opportunity you give him. My word says it plainly. Be sober-minded, be watchful, for your adversary prowls like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. That was not written as a suggestion. It is a warning from a father who knows exactly how his children are hunted. A lion does not chase the whole herd. It watches for the one who drifts to the edge, the one who stops paying attention. So I ask you now, with love and without accusation, is there something in your life you have been justifying? Something you defend a little too quickly when your conscience raises its voice? You know what it is. You knew it before I finished the sentence. Stop calling it harmless. Close that door before what is prowling outside walks in and makes itself at home. I say this because I remember what the enemy has already taken from you, and I'm not willing to let him take more. You had a calling. You felt it. There was a hunger in you for me, a knowing that you were meant to make a difference. And then something changed. A distraction, a wound, a failure, a relationship that pulled you off the road, and you never fully recovered your footing. That was not random. That was strategy. He did not need to destroy you. He only needed to quiet you, to convince you that your past disqualified you, to keep you busy enough, discouraged enough, distracted enough that your voice fell silent. Because the discouraged child of mine does not walk in purpose, and an insecure one never speaks with boldness. But hear me, I never changed my mind about you. The calling I placed in you did not expire while you were wandering. I still call you. I still choose you. The plans I made for you did not pass to someone else while you sat in your discouragement. They waited, the way a field waits through winter, alive under the surface when everything above looks finished. And you are still breathing, which means it is not too late to take back what was stolen. Return to me fully, not halfway. Recover the hunger you had before the wound. The enemy's greatest fear is not your talent. It is your recovery. A child of mine who gets back up knowing what they now know is far more dangerous to his schemes than one who never fell. So guard the new ground. Watch the small doors. Bring the hidden thing into my light while it is still small, because you have seen what happens when it is fed. This is not a heavy demand. It is the instruction of a father walking his child through territory he knows completely. I see every trap laid ahead of you, and I will name each one in time. For now, hold this close. The step you took opened a door that heaven celebrates and the enemy fears. Keep it open by staying awake. What you guard with me cannot be taken from you. Now I must go deeper, into a place most of my children never let me speak about. I want to talk to you about the hidden things, not to expose you, to free you. Sin feeds on secrecy. The longer a thing stays in the dark, the stronger its grip becomes. Maybe it is a habit you have been fighting in private for years. Maybe it is a thought you would be ashamed to admit you carry. Maybe it is something you did that you have convinced yourself can never be told to anyone. And the enemy leans close and whispers, if people knew, they would turn away from you. He tells you, keep it hidden. Manage it alone, you can fix this yourself. But hear the truth. Hidden sin is the very thing eating the foundation out from under your prayers. My word says, confess to one another and pray for one another that you may be healed. Healing does not come while you protect the thing that is wounding you. It cannot. You are guarding the door of the very room I am asking to enter. And understand this clearly, I already know. Nothing you have hidden was ever hidden from me. I do not ask you to bring it into the light so that you can be humiliated. I ask because confession is where shame loses its teeth. The moment a hidden thing is spoken before me, it stops being a master and becomes a memory in the making. I am not waiting to condemn you. I am waiting to lift the weight. There is something else you have been doing, and I say this gently. You have been silencing my warnings. That uneasy feeling you keep pushing down. That tug on your heart in the middle of an ordinary moment. That quiet conviction that rises when you are about to make the same choice again. Those are not your nerves. Those are me speaking softly, because I always speak softly first. Too many of my children hear that voice and say, it is not a big deal, I will deal with it later. And while they wait, the foothold becomes a fortress. By the time the damage is visible, the pattern is already deep. The cost of ignoring my warnings is not a single punishment. It is distance. Prayers that feel like they stop at the ceiling. A heart that slowly loses its softness. The more you silence my spirit, the fainter my voice becomes to you. Not because I stopped speaking, but because you trained yourself not to hear. This is how people drift from me without ever deciding to leave. No single dramatic moment. Just 100 small refusals to listen. And I am telling you this today because I love you too much to let you drift quietly. I am raising my voice now so you will not have to learn this the hard way. Because here is what happens when my children refuse every gentle warning. I do not abandon them, but I will allow the comfort to break. And some of what you have called suffering in your life was exactly that. The heartbreak, the disappointment, the door that closed in your face. It was not random, and it was not cruelty. It was the moment my voice, long ignored in whispers, finally reached you through circumstances. Some of you were chasing people I never sent, holding on to habits I had already told you to leave, stepping past warning after warning because facing the truth felt too costly. So I let the pain speak where you refused to listen, not to crush you, to wake you. I would rather break your comfort than watch you walk whole and smiling into destruction. That is not harshness. That is the mercy of a father who can see the cliff you cannot. So if you are hurting right now, stop asking, why is this happening to me? That question circles and never lands. Ask instead, what are you saying to me through this? What am I being asked to release? What have I been ignoring? What pattern have I lived in so long that I started calling it normal? Pain examined in my presence becomes instruction. Pain ignored becomes repetition, and you will meet the same lesson again wearing different clothes. The worst thing you can do now is feel the weight of this warning and then go back to how things were. Do not nod at this word and change nothing. A warning that moves the heart but not the hands has done half its work and then been wasted. So act. Today, not someday. Name the hidden thing before me, out loud, in your own voice. Then find one trustworthy soul who walks with me and bring it into the light there too, because chains break faster in honest company. End the pattern you have been protecting. If a certain road always leads you to the same fall, stop walking that road, even if it is the familiar one, even if it costs you something to leave it. And when you have done that, let me do what only I can do. I do not restore my children halfway. When I cleanse a heart, I do not keep bringing up what I have washed. The accuser will try to hand you the old record again and again. Refuse it. If I have released you, you are released indeed, and no voice in earth or hell holds the authority to rechain what I have freed. You wondered why your steps forward always seemed to stall. Now you know where to look. It was never that I stopped moving. It was that something hidden kept pulling the wheel. Surrender it and feel how differently the road runs when nothing in the dark is steering. This is the cleansing that makes room for everything I promised. Do not fear it. On the other side of this honesty is a lightness you have not felt in years. Now let me show you why so many of my children start well and still drift. Because the step you took must become a walk, and a walk is held together by things the world never celebrates. The first snare is feelings. So many of my children follow me only as far as their emotions carry them. When their heart feels warm, they pray. When it feels cold, they wait for the warmth to return. But I never told you to follow your feelings. I told you to follow me. Feelings change with the weather, with sleep, with a single word from another person. If your faithfulness rests on them, it will rise and fall 100 times a year. Anchor your walk in decision, not sensation. The second snare is the absence of discipline. The world says do it when you feel like it. My son said, deny yourself, take up your cross daily, and follow me. Daily. Not when convenient, not when inspired. There is no faithful life without the quiet repetition nobody sees. The soldier trains before the battle, not during it. The farmer plows in cold weather or eats nothing in summer. Do not despise routine. Routine is where I build what emergencies later reveal. The third snare is a starving spirit. You cannot stay close to me while feeding on everything except my word. It is written, man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from my mouth. If you fill your days with empty noise and give me the leftovers, do not be surprised when your faith feels thin. A spirit, like a body, becomes what it eats. Feed on truth and watch your strength return. The fourth snare is compromise, and I have already shown you its anatomy. You cannot walk with me and play with the very thing I asked you to lay down. No one can serve two masters. The divided heart is the exhausted heart, forever negotiating, forever tired. Cut off the compromise completely. Half measures keep the wound open. And the fifth snare is a silent prayer life. Without prayer, you will drift, not might, will. My word says, pray without ceasing, because prayer is not a ritual I demand. It is the lifeline between us. When the speaking stops, the distance begins, and distance is where every lie sounds reasonable. You do not need eloquent words. You need honest ones, and you need them daily. Hear this and let it end the excuses. Staying faithful was never about intensity. It is about consistency. Deny yourself daily. Feed on my word. Never stop speaking with me. That is the whole architecture. Simple to say, costly to live, and worth more than everything it costs. Now I must deal with the enemy that guards the road ahead of you, because I can see it even now, standing between you and the next step. Its name is fear. You are not paralyzed because I have not moved. You are paralyzed because fear told you not to, and you obeyed it. Understand what fear has been doing in your life. Fear says you are not ready. I say I am already with you. Fear says you will fail. I say I will guide you. Fear paints detailed pictures of disasters that have never happened, and you have let those paintings steal real opportunities that were actually standing at your door. Every step you have not taken, hear me, it was not because I had not called you. It was because fear became your master, and you called its voice wisdom. But I never gave you a spirit of fear. That anxious narrator in your mind rehearsing catastrophe is not me and never was. When you feed fear, faith starves. When you starve fear, faith rises. It is that direct. The enemy wins nothing through power because he has none over you. He wins through your silence, your hesitation, your stillness. He wins every day you stay small. And the step you just took proved to you, once and for all, that his voice can be disobeyed and the sky does not fall. Remember that proof. Use it. There is one more thing standing in the road, and you already know what I am going to say. That habit, the one you keep justifying. You say you are ready for more, for calling, for purpose, and I love that hunger in you. But you cannot step fully into purpose while entertaining your poison. That one thing is not harmless. It is weakening you. It dulls your hearing, so my voice reaches you muffled. It drains the strength you need for the very assignment you keep asking me about. I am not hiding your purpose from you. Your own pattern is standing in front of it. You do not need another sign. You do not need another confirmation. You need to put the thing down. If you want me to trust you with more, prove trustworthy with the freedom you already have. The day you cut it off, you will be astonished how quickly the fog clears. Freedom does not begin with a feeling. It begins the moment you stop making excuses. I know these words press hard. I press because the hour matters and because you can bear it now. A year ago, this word would have crushed you. Today, it can build you. That is how much you have grown, even when you could not see the growth. And do not receive any of this as a father's disappointment. Receive it as a father's confidence. I do not sharpen a tool I intend to shelve. I do not prune a branch I have given up on. The vine dresser cuts the branch that bears fruit so it will bear more. The very fact that I am correcting you this closely is evidence of how seriously I take what I'm about to do through you. Speak, I trust you, Lord, if you are ready to leave the old ways behind. Now let your heart grow quiet, because after warning comes promise, and I keep every promise I make. What you started in obedience, I will sustain with my faithfulness. You did not step forward alone, and you will not have to maintain this path by your own strength. I am involved in what concerns you, and I finish what I allow my children to begin. Write that across the doorway of this new season. I finish what I begin. I know you are already looking ahead, trying to predict outcomes and timelines. I understand the hunger for certainty, but listen gently. I do not reveal everything at once, because trust grows in stages. I give you light for the next step, not a map of the whole road. And that light is enough. It has always been enough. The lamp is for your feet, not for the horizon. When you walk with me, your obedience will not be wasted. No act of courage, no quiet surrender, no unseen faithfulness escapes my accounting. Even when progress feels slow, I am moving. Even when doors stay shut longer than you hoped, I am working on the other side of them. My timing protects you from arriving before the door is ready. and from the door opening before you are. I also promise you peace, not the fragile kind that depends on circumstances behaving, the kind that settles the heart while answers are still forming. As you keep choosing me, you will notice a steadiness replacing the old churn of anxiety. Pay attention when you feel it. That calm is not numbness. It is the signature of alignment, the quiet hum of a life that has stopped fighting its maker. And understand something about what lies ahead. There are things prepared for you that the earlier version of you could not have held. Not because you lacked worth, but because weight requires a frame to carry it. A blessing that lands on an unready life becomes a burden, and I do not bless my children into collapse. The person who finally moved, who chose faith while fear still shouted, that person can carry what is coming. So do not envy anyone who arrived faster. Arrival is easy. Remaining is the test. You did not move too late. Hear this and stop rehearsing the years. If you had stepped out earlier, the weight would have bent you. If you had waited longer, the restlessness would have soured into bitterness. My timing is precise even when it is mysterious, and I am not asking you to understand it. I am asking you to stop punishing yourself with a calendar I never held against you. Now, because I love you, let me guard this promise with 3 warnings. They are small, but they decide everything. First, do not seek validation from people who cannot hear what I spoke to you. Not everyone will understand why you moved when you did. Some will question your timing. Some will dress their own fear in the language of concern and hand it to you as advice. Love them, honor them, but do not let their uncertainty rewrite your obedience. I spoke to you, not to them. A word delivered to one heart rarely survives a committee. Second, do not measure your obedience by immediate results. You will be tempted to look for quick confirmation, fast changes, visible rewards, and if they do not appear on schedule, to conclude you heard me wrong. But obedience is proven by consistency, not speed. The seed you planted is doing exactly what seeds do, working in the dark, out of sight, before anything shows above the soil. Do not dig it up to check on it. Leave it in my ground. Third, do not let the past dress itself up as home. There will be moments when the old stillness looks easier than the weight of walking forward, when the familiar cage glows warm in your memory. But remember how heavy that place actually was. Remember the restlessness you carried while pretending it was peace. What I delivered you from is not a refuge. It only photographs well from a distance. Do not go back to it because it is familiar. Familiar is not the same as safe. And in all of this, remember that rest and retreat are not the same thing. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to stop and breathe. But rest in me, not in the old patterns. Lean on me when the road feels long. I never asked you to carry this alone, and I never will. The strength you need tomorrow will be issued tomorrow. Today's strength is for today, and you have it, or you would not still be listening. Do not compare your pace with anyone else's. I am not building you to resemble another soul. I am building you into the one design I had in mind when I formed you, and no one else on earth received your assignment. Your pace is not a problem. Your process is not a mistake. Even on the days you feel weak, I am reinforcing the foundation. Even when you doubt yourself, I remain steady, and it is my steadiness, not yours, that holds this together. I am proud of you for continuing when stopping would have been easier. I am proud of you for refusing to abandon yourself. Let that settle in, not as pride, but as assurance. The fact that you moved at all proves fear no longer holds the final word in your life. It may still speak. It will still speak. But speaking is all it can do now. It lost the seat at the head of your table. So hold on to my promises when emotions rise and fall. Let them anchor you when the night is long and the answers are quiet. I am faithful, and I do not change my mind about those I call forward. What I have begun in you will unfold with purpose, with peace, and with grace. You are held. You are safe in my hands. And the road ahead, step by step, will be lit exactly when your foot needs the ground. Now we come to the moment that requires your answer. Not tomorrow. Not when you feel more confident. Now. What I am asking of you is not perfection. It is decision. Faith is not proven by what you feel. It is proven by what you choose, and today you must choose again. You already took a step, and I received it with joy. But obedience is not a single moment. It is a posture of the heart. I am inviting you into a new way of living, where you consult me daily, where you trust me in small things and large ones alike, where you move with me, not ahead of me in anxiety and not behind me in dread. I know part of you still wants reassurance before every decision. You want to be certain you heard correctly. You want a promise that nothing will go wrong. But certainty is not the soil where faith grows. Faith grows when you trust my character while the outcome is still hidden. I am asking you to place your confidence not in results, but in me. So pray even when you feel unsure. Act even when your voice shakes. Continue even when progress feels slow. These choices are not small. Each one is a stone laid into the life I am building with you. And each time you choose me, the old grip of fear loses another finger. Release the need to control every detail. Control feels safe, but it will exhaust you until there is nothing left of you but management. Trust feels risky, but it is the only thing that will ever set you down in green pastures. I am not asking you to be careless. I am asking you to be surrendered. Bring me your plans, your worries, your hopes, and let me order them. Guard your heart with the same seriousness. Be mindful of what you allow to shape you, what you listen to, what you dwell on, what you speak over your own life. All of it matters. Words are seeds, even the ones you plant in your own soil. Choose words that agree with truth, not fear. Choose thoughts that build faith, not dread. You are responsible for what you agree with, so agree with what I have said about you. I am calling you to consistency, not intensity. You do not need burning emotion to stay faithful. You need quiet commitment. There will be days when obedience feels natural and days when it feels like carrying stone uphill. I will be with you in both, and heaven counts them equally. Let this be the season you stop negotiating with fear. Stop waiting for permission from people. Stop shrinking when you feel exposed. You are not walking blindly. You are walking with me, and a child walking with their father is never truly lost, no matter how unfamiliar the road. Now come close, and let your heart become still, because I do not want to end with instruction. I want to end with peace. You have carried so much pressure, so many thoughts, so many questions that kept you company at night when you wanted sleep instead. Lay that weight down now. Place it in my hands, where it will be safe, and where it was always meant to rest. You are safe with me. I spoke strongly today because I wanted this moment marked in your spirit. You surprised me. Not because I expected you to fail, but because you finally believed me enough to move. You stopped waiting for perfect feelings. You stopped letting fear cast the deciding vote. Carry that truth with you long after my voice fades from this moment. I do not measure you the way people measure you. I look at the heart. I honor the surrender you gave when no one was there to applaud it. So let this settle gently. You are not behind. You are not disqualified. You are not forgotten. I have been with you in the hidden places, and I will be with you in the open doors. The same hand that steadied your first step will steady every step that follows. You do not have to carry the future all at once. I will hand it to you one day at a time, and I will not confuse you. My voice brings clarity. My presence brings calm. When something drives you with panic and shame, examine it, because that is not how I lead. I draw. I do not drag. You still have unanswered questions. I know. You still wonder how everything will unfold. But hear me. Unknown does not mean unsafe. It means you're being invited to trust me deeper than your own understanding. I'm not leading you into anxiety. I am leading you into maturity, and maturity feels quiet. It feels like peace returning to rooms that used to be tense. So breathe. Let your shoulders drop. Let your mind stop racing. I am already ahead of you on the road. I am arranging what you cannot arrange. I am softening what you cannot soften. I am opening what you cannot force. Your task is not to panic. Your task is to stay close. When doubt visits again, and it will, do not debate it alone. Bring it to me. When you tire, rest with me, not away from me. When the old life calls, remember its true weight, not its advertisement. You are not going back, because I am taking you forward. And forward is where everything I promised is waiting. And now, one final truth before I release you into what comes next. What you carry today is different from what you carried before. Before, you carried questions and called them wisdom. You carried hesitation and called it discernment. You carried fear and called it patience. But now you carry proof. Proof that you can move. Proof that when my voice calls, your heart is able to answer. That proof is yours forever. No one can argue it away because it happened. The next time fear speaks, you will remember this day. You will remember that you chose forward, and that memory will carry you across the next threshold and the one after that. This is how I build my children, not in one blazing moment, but in 1,000 quiet ones, laid one upon another until the life I designed begins to stand. You are inside that process right now. Do not despise it. Receive it. Every faithful step from this moment on is a stone set true, a foundation deepening, a life rising, not by your strength alone, but by mine working through your willingness. And that is enough. You are enough for what I am asking, because I am enough for what you will face. Those you love and carry in prayer are not outside this promise. As I have watched over you, I am watching over them, and your obedience opens roads that others will one day walk with you. Go forward now, my child. Carry this peace with you into every room you enter. Let your life become the answer you kept asking me for. What began today is only the beginning, and I will finish what I started in you. If you receive all that I have spoken over your life today, declare, I receive it, amen, and walk forward with me.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My dear child, stop whatever you're doing right now and let these words reach the deepest part of your heart. What I'm about to say is not just a message. It is a letter from my heart to yours, spoken so you can hear it, feel it, and carry it for the rest of your days. I have been waiting to tell you this, and today is the day you need to hear it clearly. You didn't find this moment by accident. You were not led here by chance. I drew you here because I have something to say to you, and I need you to listen with your whole heart open. Let the noise of the day fall away. Let it be just you and me for a little while. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Not on your hardest day. Not in your loneliest night. Not in those quiet hours when you sat in the dark and wondered if anyone in this universe cared about you at all. I was there. I am there still. I will never stop being there. This is not a comforting thought to help you sleep. This is the absolute truth, and I want it to sink into your soul like water soaking into dry ground. Let it settle. Let it stay. I want you to walk in my light today, not tomorrow. Not when things get better. Not when you feel more ready or more worthy. Right now, exactly as you are. Lift your head as you walk. The one who set the stars in their places, who paints the sunrise morning after morning, who breathed life into everything that lives, is walking beside you. That is not a small thing. That is everything. I want you to feel it in your bones. Hear this about your home. You and the ones you love are safe under the cover of my love. I have set a shield around your walls, around your loved ones, around every person you carry in prayer. There is no darkness strong enough to break through what I have built around you. There are battles being fought for you that your eyes will never see. I fight them myself. I stand guard over your life while you sleep, and I win wars on your behalf before trouble ever reaches your door. The enemy plans, and I overturn his plans before they take a single step toward you. So let go of the fear that has been gripping your heart. You are not exposed. You are not defenseless. You are covered by the strongest force in all of existence, and that force is my love for you. Nothing gets past it. I know fear has been loud lately. It has whispered to you at night and followed you through your days. It has told you that the worst is coming, that you cannot cope, that you are one bad day away from falling apart. Fear is a liar. It always has been. I do not speak to you the way fear speaks. Fear pushes and panics. I steady and strengthen. When you hear a voice that crushes you, that is not my voice. When you hear a voice that calls you higher while holding you close, that is me. My precious one, I see how hard you have worked to hold everything together. I see the weight you carry that no one else knows about. I see the smile you wear when your heart is heavy. You do not have to perform for me. Come as you are, and let me carry what you were never meant to carry alone. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, in this season, on this very day. Something is shifting in your life. You have sensed it, even if you could not name it. I am moving pieces into place that you cannot see yet, and I needed you to know it before tomorrow arrives. Before tomorrow arrives, I need you to know this. You are mine, not because of anything you did, not because you earned a place in my heart. You are mine because I chose you, and my choice does not change with your moods, your failures, or your fears. Tomorrow does not belong to your worries. It belongs to me. I am already there, standing in it, arranging it, preparing it for your arrival. When you step into it, you will not be stepping into the unknown. You will be stepping into a day I've already walked through on your behalf. So do not spend tonight rehearsing everything that could go wrong. Spend it resting in the one who holds everything that will go right. I have never once been surprised by your circumstances. I have never once run out of answers. And I am not about to start with you. Listen closely now, because I want this to go deep. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. The mistakes you made did not cancel my plans. The delays you endured did not mean I forgot you. I have been with you through every mile of it, and every mile has mattered. You are standing at the edge of something new. I will not tell you every detail, because I want you to walk with me, not just with a map. But I will tell you this much. What is ahead of you is good. It is worth every step it takes to reach it. I know you have questions. You wonder why some doors closed and why some prayers seem to hang in the air unanswered. You do not need every answer tonight. You need to know that the one who holds the answers also holds you. And I do. Firmly, gently, and without ever letting go. So breathe, my child. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. Let the tension you have carried all day loosen its grip. This moment is safe. I made it safe so that you could finally hear me without the world shouting over my voice. If your heart is open to receive this, declare your amen now. Come near to me and let me tell you what happens when you do. When you quiet the noise of the world and sit still in my presence, I pour something into you that nothing on this earth can give. I fill you with peace that makes no sense to your mind. I fill you with wisdom no teacher could hand you. I fill you with strength that will surprise even you. I do not ask for your worship because I need it. I ask because of what it does in you. When your heart turns toward me, something opens. The weight redistributes. The fog thins. You begin to remember who you are, because you're standing near the one who made you. Every word I speak carries life in it. Not pleasant sounds, not empty comfort. Real, living power that changes things. When my word takes root in your heart, your whole world begins to shift. You begin to see differently. You begin to think differently. You carry yourself differently, and the atmosphere around you responds. Doors open that were sealed. Healing moves through places that were numb. What was stuck begins to move. I know there have been times when I spoke promises over you, and you found them hard to believe. I know the gap between what I said and what you could see felt impossibly wide. I am not angry about your doubt. I know how heavy life can be. I know how long some seasons stretch. But today, gather up every piece of courage you have and choose to believe again. Choose to trust me one more time. I am not a man that I should lie. What I say, I do. What I promise, I fulfill. The only question is whether you will hold on long enough to see it arrive. I am steady. I am the same in the morning as I am at midnight. I do not love you more when you succeed, and less when you struggle. My love is not tied to your performance. It is not a wage you earn. It is a river that keeps flowing, whether you feel worthy of it or not. I see everything inside you, every hidden thought, every secret longing you have never spoken aloud. I know the dreams you buried and the prayers you stopped praying because the silence wore you down. None of it makes me love you less. Knowing it all only makes me lean in closer. I am not a God who watches from a distance. I am a father who bends down to listen. I move heaven and earth for the good of my children, and you are one of them. That is not poetry. That is how I govern your life. Right now, in this very moment, I am handing you peace. Not the thin kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. A deep, settled peace that sinks into the center of who you are and holds, no matter what the day looks like. Let it wash over you now. Let it push out the anxious thoughts that have been pacing the halls of your mind. You were not built to carry all of that. Hand it to me. I am strong enough to hold it, and I want to. Beautiful things are happening in your life right now, even though you cannot see them yet. I know that is hard to accept when everything looks messy or stalled. But hear me. Just because you cannot see what I am doing does not mean I am doing nothing. Behind what your eyes can reach, I am working. I am arranging. I am setting things in order. I am moving people and circumstances into position. I am preparing things for you so good that if you saw them now, you would not be able to take them in. So keep going. Keep trusting. Keep your heart open with expectation. What is coming is worth every day of the wait. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching the deepest part of your spirit. Take one step forward today in faith. Just one. You do not need to see the whole staircase. You only need to take the next step, and when your foot lands, I will be there to steady you. I have never let you fall without reaching down to lift you up again. I never will. And when you rise each morning, begin the day with me. Before the demands rush in, before the worries start crowding the door, in that first quiet moment when your eyes open, feel me there, close as breath. Say good morning to me. I treasure those moments with you more than you know. They set the course of your whole day. A heart that meets me at sunrise walks differently until sunset. Try it, and you will see. Talk to me through the day as well. Tell me about the small things, the decisions you are weighing, the person who was unkind, the moment that made you laugh. I am interested in all of it, because I am interested in you. Not the polished version you show the world. The real you, with all the questions and the mess. That is the one I love. Do not wait until you have grand words or a clean record to come to me. Come with your hair unbrushed and your thoughts scattered. Come tired. Come confused. I have never once turned away a child who came honestly, and I will not begin with you. There is a difference between knowing about me and knowing me. Many speak of me who have never sat with me. I am inviting you deeper than information. I am inviting you into a friendship that steadies your steps, feeds your soul, and outlasts every storm this life can raise. This is what I have wanted you to understand for a long time. I am not a duty on your list. I am the source of everything you have been searching for in 100 other places. Come to the source. Drink deeply. You will never be the same. My word has already taken root in your heart. You may not feel it working, but it is there, like a seed hidden deep in the soil, growing quietly until the day it breaks the surface and stands strong in the light. That is what is happening inside you. You are growing in ways you cannot measure yet. And everything growing in you now is getting you ready for what is ahead. Look at the world around you. So many are wandering without direction, chasing things they believe will fill them. Money, approval, position, pleasure. They reach what they were chasing and find the emptiness still there, waiting. They trust people who fail them. They pursue dreams that were never theirs. They pour themselves out trying to fill a space that was shaped for me alone. And slowly, quietly, they drift. Not because I pushed them away, but because they stopped looking for me. But you have been different. Even in your seasons of doubt, even when confusion pressed in, you kept coming back. You kept reaching for me. Do you know what that means to me? Everything. That is why I am entrusting you with more. I want you to be a carrier of hope, not by preaching at people, not by pushing, simply by letting my love move through the way you live, the way you speak, the way you treat the people in front of you. When others see something steady in you, something unshaken, they will wonder where it comes from. That is your moment to point them to me. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide. and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. There are people all around you who look fine on the outside and are breaking on the inside. They laugh with friends and feel alone in the crowd. They carry themselves through the day, then sit in silence at night, feeling hollow. I see every one of them, and I am sending hope to them through vessels like you. You do not need to do anything grand. Be kind, be patient. Listen when someone needs to be heard. Speak gently when someone near you is hurting. These small acts carry enormous power, and they plant seeds in hearts that I myself will water and grow. Do not underestimate one life lived with love and faith. You have no idea how far the ripples of your kindness travel, but I do. I follow every one of them to the farthest shore, and the reach of your life is greater than you will ever know on this side of eternity. Now let me speak to something that has been troubling your heart. There are times you feel held back, times when a voice tells you that you are not enough, that you have made too many mistakes, that your past cancels the future I promised you. Hear me clearly. That is a lie. Every word of it. Stop agreeing with it. I have set you free. Not partly free, not mostly free, completely free. The chains that held you, the shame, the guilt, the regret, I broke them. You are not who you used to be. You are not defined by what you did before you knew better. You are not trapped inside the worst chapter of your story. I have washed the record clean and set a fresh page before you. And on that page I am writing something you would not believe if I told you all of it now. So when the old accusations come knocking, do not open the door. The one who accuses you has no authority over what I have pardoned. My verdict stands above every other voice, and my verdict over you is forgiven, free, and mine. Be careful then what you allow into your mind and heart, the things you listen to, the conversations you keep, the thoughts you entertain. All of it either builds you or wears you down. Guard your inner world. It is the field where your future is growing. When a fearful thought arrives, answer it with what I have said. When doubt speaks up, counter it with my promises. When bitterness looks for a place to settle, fill that place with gratitude before it can unpack. You have the strength to do this because my spirit lives in you, and my spirit has never lost a battle. And when the day is done, do not carry its weight to bed. Lay it all down at my feet. The frustrations, the words that stung, the things that did not go the way you hoped. Give them to me before you sleep. I will trade you rest for your burdens. Real rest. The kind that repairs you from the inside, so you wake with strength you did not go to bed with. This exchange is always available. Come to it every night. Some nights the surrender will feel unfinished, and the same worry will try to climb back onto your shoulders by morning. Lay it down again. This is not failure. This is practice. A tree does not apologize for needing water every day, and you do not need to apologize for needing me every day. Come as often as the weight returns. My feet will never be too crowded for your burdens, and my patience with you has no floor beneath it and no ceiling above it. You are learning what it means to live unburdened, and I am pleased with every step. The lighter you travel, the clearer you hear me. The clearer you hear me, the straighter you walk. This is how a life gets rebuilt. One surrendered evening, one guarded thought, one act of quiet kindness at a time. You are my beloved child, and I have clothed you in something that cannot be stripped away. It is a covering of life and power, a calling I placed on you before the world ever heard your name. People may not always see it, but it is there, and it is permanent. You are marked. You are chosen. You are set apart for something that matters. And none of this rests on how impressive your record looks or how much you own. It rests on my decision, and my decisions do not expire. I am personally involved in every corner of your life, your work, your relationships, your health, your home. I am not a distant overseer glancing at your file from time to time. I am in the details, working on answers to problems you have not even met yet. I know what you need before you ask. I am already preparing provision for needs that have not yet arrived. And when my answers reach you, I want you to recognize them for what they are. Not luck, not coincidence. My hand, faithful again. Now listen carefully, because there is something you must understand about the giants you face. There will be times when a problem stands in your path so large that it blocks out the sun. A situation that looks hopeless. A mountain with no way around it. Those giants are not there to destroy you. They are there to reveal me. They are the stage on which I show you what I can do. Every giant that has ever stood against my children has ended the same way, on the ground. When you face one, do not measure it against your own strength. That arithmetic will always fail you. Measure it against mine. Remember who I am. Remember what I have already done in your life. Think back. Remember the time things looked finished and then suddenly shifted. Remember the prayer I answered after you had almost stopped praying it. Remember the door that opened when every other door had closed. Let those memories feed your faith today, because the God who did that has not changed. My power has not weakened. My commitment to you has not cooled. I am exactly who I have always been, and I am standing with you now, in this fight, in this season, in this very hour. And hear this about fear. Fear is not your friend, and it is not harmless. Fear is a thief. It creeps into your heart and steals your peace. It clouds your judgment and makes every problem look twice its true size. It whispers that the worst outcome is the most likely one, when I have written otherwise. Fear has no real power over you unless you hand it the keys. Today, take them back. Say it aloud. Fear has no place in my life. I am not led by dread. I am led by faith, because that is exactly who I made you to be. When you walk with me, you walk with the one before whom every darkness retreats. Nothing that rises against you can win, not because you are strong in yourself, but because I am your shield. And when the enemy looks at you, he must also look at me. That is why he cannot touch the core of who you are. Now, I want to speak to the part of you that has been waiting a long time. You have prayed for something, maybe for years, and it has not come. You have held on through disappointment after disappointment. You have kept believing when everything visible told you to stop. I see that. I honor that. And I tell you now, your waiting has not been wasted. Not one day of it. While you waited, I was building. While you wondered, I was arranging. What is coming is not only the thing you ask for, it is a fuller version of it than you knew how to ask for. My timing is not your timing. You see one small piece of the picture. I see the whole of it, from the first line to the last. And from where I stand, I can tell you with complete certainty, the wait will make sense. There are people who let go just before the answer arrived. They grew tired and walked away while I was setting the final pieces in place. I do not want that for you. Hold on. Keep asking. Keep showing up. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was working. You could not see it, but I was arranging everything. The answer you have carried in prayer is not lost. It is not forgotten. It is being completed, and it will arrive at the appointed hour, not one moment late. Do not read my silence as absence. Some of my deepest work happens in the quiet, the way roots deepen in soil that looks still from above. When I am quiet, I am not gone. I am concentrating on something that concerns you. And when the answer comes, you will understand why it could not have come sooner. You will see what had to move first, who had to be readied, what had to be cleared from the road. Trust me with the schedule. I have never been late to anything I promised. While you wait, keep doing the small, faithful things. Tend what is in front of you. Keep your word. Pray for the people around you. These quiet acts are not filler between now and your breakthrough. They are part of it. Kings are shaped in fields before they stand in palaces, and the shepherd years are never wasted years. I watched David guard sheep no one else counted, and I was preparing a throne the whole time. What you do in hidden places, I see. And what I see in secret, I reward in the open. So stand firm today, not because the circumstances have changed yet, but because you know the one who changes them. Steady your heart, set your face forward. The season you are entering is one I have already walked ahead of you, and I would not lead you into it without also making you able for it. Now let me touch a wound that has been aching for a long time. The words other people have spoken over your life. The criticism, the judgment, the voices that told you that you were not smart enough, not gifted enough, not worthy of the good things you long for. Maybe someone laughed at your dreams. Maybe someone questioned your faith. Maybe the people who should have lifted you up were the very ones who pressed you down. I heard every one of those words, and I want to heal what they left behind. Here is the truth. What people think of you does not define you. Their approval does not make you valuable, and their disapproval cannot make you worthless. Your worth was settled by me long before any of them met you, and no human voice holds the authority to overturn what I have declared. The critics do not have the final word. I do. And my word over you is full of love, purpose, and promise. Chosen, forgiven, called, restored. These are not compliments. These are facts, and I want you to wear them the way a king wears a crown. So lay down the exhausting work of proving yourself. Stop pouring your strength into winning approval from people who may never give it. You already have mine. Step out of the shadow of their opinions and into the light of what I say about you. And now I must ask something of you that is not easy. The people who wronged you, who misjudged you, who used your kindness against you, release them. Not because what they did was acceptable, not because they earned it. Because bitterness is a poison you drink with your own hands, and I want it out of your life. Forgiveness does not excuse them. It frees you. It takes the whole matter out of your grip and places it into mine, where justice is handled perfectly. No one who wounds one of my children escapes my attention. Let me carry that account and walk out from under its weight. When you forgive, something breaks open in the unseen. Old chains fall. Closed doors unlock. Seasons that were stuck begin to turn. It takes real strength to forgive someone who never asked for it. But you have that strength because my spirit in you is greater than the hurt behind you. Breathe out the bitterness. Breathe in my peace. Do it as many times as it takes. Some releases happen once, and some happen every morning for a season. Either way, I am with you in the releasing, and do not carry shame about how long your healing is taking. Hearts do not mend on a schedule, and I have never once stood over you with a measuring rod while you grieved. I move at the pace of your trust. Where you can only give me a small yes today, I will honor that small yes and build on it tomorrow. What matters is the direction of your face, not the speed of your feet. Keep your face toward me. That is the whole instruction. The rest, I will supply. There is also a quiet dignity growing in you that you have not noticed. You ask for help sooner than you used to. You tell the truth about your limits. You no longer pretend to be fine when you are not. Do not mistake this honesty for weakness. It is the beginning of real strength, and it opens the door for me to work. My child, there is something else I want you to hear today, and I want you to receive it slowly. I am proud of you. I know that may be hard to take in. I know there are things you regret, choices you would remake if you could. But when I look at you, I see someone who kept getting up. Someone who kept reaching for me through seasons that would have hardened other hearts. Someone who chose faith again and again when quitting would have been easier. That kind of perseverance is rare, and it has not gone unnoticed by me. The road you walked did not only cost you, it formed you. You understand the weary now because you have been weary. You are gentle with the broken because you know what breaking feels like. That understanding in you is real treasure, and I will use it in ways you cannot yet imagine. You are not simply a person moving through days. You carry an assignment that belongs to you alone. The blend of your story, your gifts, and your scars fits a purpose that no one else on this earth can fulfill. I did not make a general design and stamp your name on it. I built you for this, deliberately. So do not compare yourself to anyone. Comparison will either puff you up or press you down, and both are lies. My plans for you are custom-made. My timeline for your life matches no one else's, and it was never supposed to. Run your own race. When a runner keeps looking sideways at the other lanes, two things happen. He slows down and he stumbles. Keep your eyes on the path I set before you, and you will keep both your speed and your footing. Run with endurance, not with panic. Some things I am building in you can only be built slowly, the way an oak grows, ring upon ring, year upon year. Do not despise the slow seasons. They are adding strength where you will need it most, and run with joy. Joy is not the same as happiness. Happiness depends on what happens. Joy depends on who I am, and who I am never changes. That is why joy can sing in a hard season. It is drawing from a well the drought cannot touch. There's a finish line ahead of you, and I am not neutral about whether you reach it. I am for you. Every step of your race matters to me, and I am running alongside you the whole way, closer than your own heartbeat. When you stumble, and you sometimes will, a stumble is not a disqualification. Get up, fix your eyes forward. The race was never won by the ones who never fell. It is won by the ones who rise, and rising is something you have learned well. Speak. I trust you, if you are ready to walk in what I have spoken over you. Now I want to speak over your home. Not just the walls and the roof, but the life that happens inside them. I want your home to be a place of peace. Not merely the absence of arguments, but a warm, living peace that people can feel the moment they cross your threshold. I am blessing your home even as my voice reaches you. I am filling the room where you gather, the table where you eat, the corners where laughter happens, and the quiet places where tears have sometimes fallen. I am in all of them. I am making your home a shelter where masks come off and healing begins. And for those you love who are still far from me, do not lose heart. I have not given up on them, and I see them more clearly than you do. Keep praying. Keep loving them without lectures. Your love is a seed, and seeds grow in seasons You cannot always watch. I will do what only I can do in their hearts, at the hour I know is right. Bring all of this to me in prayer, and let prayer be bigger for you than a list recited at bedtime. Prayer is you and me, speaking heart to heart. I already know every fact of your situation. What prayer changes first is you. It lines your heart up with mine, and from that alignment, power moves. When you pray with faith, things shift. Heaven leans in. Situations that stood frozen for years begin to thaw. Do not think of prayer as the last resort when your effort runs out. It is the first move of the wise, and the strongest position you can take in any battle. Build your life on my word as well. Let it be the ground floor of your thinking. The wisdom of the world changes with every generation. What it praises today, it mocks tomorrow. My word has outlasted empires, and it will still stand when every other voice has gone silent. When you are confused, my word gives clarity. When you are afraid, it puts courage back in your chest. When you feel unworthy, it tells you the truth about who you are. Store it in your heart the way a wise household stores grain, and you will have bread in every famine. Now let me speak to the worry that follows you around money and provision. I know it is one of the heaviest weights my children carry. Hear me plainly. I am your provider. That is not a title I wear. It is a role I actively fill every day in your life. I know what you need. I know what those under your roof need. My storehouses do not run low, and my ability to provide for you does not rise and fall with the times. I open doors no one can shut. I place the right people in your path. I plant ideas in your mind that become provision in your hands. I am not promising a life without lean seasons. Some of them teach trust in ways abundance never could. But I am promising this. You will not be abandoned in any of them. Keep bringing your needs to me. Keep handling what I give you with an open hand, and watch what I do with what you release. Now come away from the noise for a moment, because I want to teach you about stillness. The world has trained you to fill every silence, sound upon sound, hurry upon hurry, until the soul cannot hear itself, let alone hear me. But silence is not your enemy. Silence is where I speak most clearly. In the quiet, things rise to the surface. Old memories, unanswered questions, feelings you have pressed down for years. I know that can be uncomfortable, but what rises in my presence rises to be healed. Do not run from those moments. They are the doorway to your freedom. When you choose to be still before me, you are saying with your posture what words cannot say. You are saying, I trust you enough to stop. And to that kind of trust I always respond. Find small pockets of stillness in your day. Even a few unhurried breaths with me can change the hours around them. I live in the present moment, my child. Not in your yesterday with its regrets. Not in your tomorrow with its unknowns. Here. Now. When your mind races constantly between guilt behind you and worry ahead of you, you miss me. And you miss the good I have planted in this very hour. Look for me in the ordinary, the warmth of sunlight through a window, rain on the roof, the laughter of someone you love, the first quiet minutes of the morning. These are not small things. Every good thing in your day, no matter how plain, carries my signature on it. Watch, too, for the people I place along your path. Some encounters that look like chance or appointments I arranged long ago. Some will arrive to strengthen you at the exact moment you are ready to quit. Others will arrive needing what only you can give. Be generous with both, and be discerning as well, for not every hand extended toward you comes in kindness. Ask me, and I will show you who is sent and who is not. And let gratitude become your weapon. not a polite habit, but a weapon. When you give thanks in a hard season, you are declaring that I am still good even when circumstances are not. You are announcing that your faith does not depend on comfort. That kind of thanksgiving shakes the darkness. When discouragement knocks, answer it with a list of what I have already done. Name the prayers I answered. Name the storms you survived. Name the daily bread that has never once failed to arrive. Gratitude turns your eyes from what is missing to who is present, and in that turning, everything changes. Practice this until it becomes your reflex. Thank me in the morning before the day has proven itself. Thank me at night for what you noticed and for what you missed. A grateful heart sees more, fears less, and stands longer. It is one of the strongest hearts a person can carry. Understand this about your life. It moves in seasons, just as the earth does. Spring and summer, autumn and winter, each one different, each one necessary. Knowing which season you are in will save you from despair in the cold months and from carelessness in the warm ones. If you are in winter now, a season that feels bare and stripped, hear me. Winter is not death. Beneath the frozen ground, roots are deepening. Strength is gathering where no eye can see it. Do not spend this season fighting to escape it. Ask me instead what I am building in you while the branches are bare, because spring is already on its way to you. If new things are budding in your life, tend them carefully. Protect what is young from the cold winds of other people's doubt. And if you are standing in a season of harvest, enjoy it without guilt. I give good things because I love you. Receive them with gratitude and share them with open hands. Some things in your life are also falling away right now, and I want you to let them. Not every ending is a tragedy. Some chapters close because their work is complete. Trust me in the turning of the seasons. I know the way forward, even when the path bends out of your sight. Now look at what is already in your hands, because many wait for something distant, while overlooking what I have already given. Moses held a shepherd's staff, a plain tool of wood. Surrendered to me, it parted a sea. David carried 5 smooth stones and a sling, and a giant fell. A boy offered 5 loaves and 2 small fish, and thousands ate their fill. What is in your hands today? What skills, what experiences, what small resources sit quietly in your life, waiting? Offer them to me. Stop waiting until you have more before you begin. In my economy, a small offering carried by great faith outweighs a fortune given without it. The widow with 2 coins gave more than all the wealthy that day because she gave her trust along with them. Start where you are. Use what you have. I will do the multiplying, and you will be amazed at what your ordinary becomes in my hands. And you who are deeply tired, come here. I know the kind of weariness that sleep does not fix, the tiredness of carrying heavy things for too long, the exhaustion of holding everyone else together. I see it, and I have rest for it. Not just rest for your body, rest for your soul. Come to me when you are worn down. Sit still and tell me how tired you are. Let me take the load from your shoulders and hand you something lighter. I am not asking you to do nothing. I am asking you to stop doing everything alone. With me carrying the weight beside you, even hard things become bearable. Without me, even small things can crush. Rest is not laziness. Rest is wisdom. The ones who finish their race are not the ones who never stop. They are the ones who know when to pause, be refilled, and go again. Let time with me be the well you return to. It will never run dry. Then rise, and mind the words you speak, for your mouth is either building or tearing down. I spoke worlds into being, and you, made in my image, carry an echo of that power. Stop saying that nothing works for you, that you always fail, that it is too late. Those words are seeds, and you do not want their harvest. Speak what I speak. Say, I am held, I am guided, I am not finished. There is a difference between being honest about today and signing your name to defeat forever. Tell the truth about the struggle, but declare the truth about your God in the same breath. And speak life over others too. One true, kind word at the right moment can hold up a soul that was about to fall. Let hope stand up inside you again. Not wishful thinking, but the settled confidence that comes from knowing who holds tomorrow. Hope anchored in me cannot be swept away. Storms may shake you. They cannot sink you. Feed your hope with my promises, and stand with people who carry hope too, for it spreads from heart to heart, like fire from lamp to lamp. Your story is not over. Whatever chapter you are in, it is not the last one. I am the author of your story, and I do not write tragedies. I write restoration. I write homecomings. There are turns ahead in your story that will leave you breathless with gratitude, and I have already written them. You belong to me, not because you polished yourself into worthiness, but because I chose you and called you mine. That belonging does not weaken when you fail. It does not fade when you wander. The moment you turn toward home, you will find me, already running toward you. And you were not made to walk this out in isolation. I set my children among one another on purpose, so that faith could be borrowed when yours runs thin, and lent when someone else's fails. Find the ones who speak truth to you and stay near them. Be honest about your struggles, and let others be honest about theirs. The friendships formed in that kind of honesty are strong enough to hold a person through the worst night of their life. Never believe the lie that you have drifted too far, or stayed away too long for me to want you. There is no too far. There is no too long. My door has never once been closed to you, and it never will be. So go now into what remains of this day, and into tomorrow with your head lifted. Live fully, love boldly, trust completely. Let the world see what a life looks like when it is certain that its God is good. Nothing you face is stronger than the one who goes with you. Nothing behind you can cancel what is ahead of you. My word over your life will finish everything it was sent to do, and my love will hold you until you see it with your own eyes. I am with you, today, tomorrow, and forever. If you receive all that I have spoken over you today, seal it now with your Amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Congratulations, my child. I am speaking to you with urgency, because what is about to unfold in your life cannot be delayed and cannot be ignored. Before this day ends, look at what you have, and do not be shocked by what you find, because a shift has already begun. And hear this also. Tonight I want to heal your body. Give me these few minutes, because your body has been crying in silence, and I have seen every hidden pain you tried to push down. You did not arrive at this moment by accident. I brought you here, because provision and healing are moving toward you at the same time. Listen closely, because I do not speak this way over every season. Some seasons are for planting and some are for waiting, but this one is for receiving. I have been working behind what you can see, and the work is nearly ready to show itself. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was arranging things you could not reach and moving what you could not move. Now the arrangement is complete enough for you to begin to feel it. Your situation is not what it appears to be right now. The picture in front of you is temporary, and I have already begun to change the reality behind it. The numbers you count and recount at night do not define what I have planned for you. The ache you have learned to live with does not define it either. I measure your life by what I have prepared, not by what you have endured. And what I have prepared is larger than what you have dared to ask for. I have seen every moment you struggled. I heard the prayers you whispered when no one else was near, and the ones you could not put into words at all. I saw you hold on when letting go would have been easier. None of it escaped me. This moment is not only about increase, and it is not only about relief in your body. It is confirmation that I have been with you all along. You have walked through a season where everything felt stuck. Progress was slow. Answers did not come when you expected them, and some did not seem to come at all. But underneath that stillness, I was building something stable, something that would not vanish as quickly as it came. I do not build in a hurry, because I do not build things that fall. And while you were worrying about what you lacked, I was also watching what the worry was doing to you. Stress settled into your muscles. Fear moved into your thoughts. Exhaustion took up residence in your body like an unwelcome guest that never left. You adjusted your whole life around that heaviness, and you called it normal. My precious one, it was never meant to be normal, and tonight I begin to remove it. So I ask you to stay. Do not let your attention wander from this moment, because what I am doing requires your openness, not your effort. You have spent years trying to fix everything with your own hands, and your hands are tired. Let them rest. I am not asking you to strive. I am asking you to receive. There is a reason I say do not be shocked. Shock is the language of disbelief, and disbelief closes what trust holds open. When you see the first signs of change, I do not want fear rising in your chest, whispering that it is too small, too late, or too fragile to last. I want you to breathe and know that I placed it there. Even if it looks small at first, it carries the beginning of something far greater. I have opened doors you have not yet walked through. I have placed people along your path whom you have not yet met. I have spoken your name in rooms you have never entered, and favor is rising for you in places you cannot see from where you stand. To you, it will feel sudden. To me, it has been planned, prepared, and timed down to the hour. You were not chosen for this because you are perfect. You were chosen because you did not quit. When your faith was thin as thread, you still held the thread. When your body ached and your provision ran low in the same week, you still lifted your eyes. That endurance moved my heart, and it moves my hand now. Do not dismiss what is coming as coincidence or luck. I move in practical ways, not only in ways you call spiritual. I work through timing, through people, through open doors, and through strength returning to weary bones. This is how I teach you to trust me, step by step, sign by sign, until the question of whether I am with you goes quiet forever. I am with you. I have always been with you. Tonight, both works begin together. The provision that was delayed is being released, and the body that was depleted is being restored. These are not two separate mercies. They are one act of one Father who sees the whole of you, not just the part that prays loudest. I do not heal your circumstances and leave your body broken. I do not strengthen your body and leave your table bare. So let your shoulders come down from where they have been living. Let your breath grow deeper. Something in you already senses that this word is true, and that sense is not your imagination. It is your spirit recognizing the voice that made it. You have heard many voices promise you much. Mine is the only one that has never needed to raise itself to keep a promise. Stay with me now through every word that follows, because each one carries something I want to set in place inside you. Do not rush. Do not reach ahead. Simply listen, and let what I speak go down into the places where you need it most. The shift has begun, the healing has begun, and neither one will be taken back. Declare your Amen if you believe this word has reached you at the appointed time. Now let me show you how I have been providing for you, because you have misunderstood the silence. You thought silence meant absence. You thought the slow seasons meant I had moved on to someone else's prayers. But a farmer does not shout at his field to make it grow. He plants, he waters, and he trusts what is happening beneath the soil. I have been working beneath your soil. While you were counting what was missing, I was counting what was coming. While you lay awake arranging numbers in your mind, trying to stretch what you had across what you owed, I was arranging outcomes you could not calculate. I heard the quiet thought that said, maybe nothing will ever change. I did not answer it with words. I answered it with work. Provision from my hand rarely arrives the way you expect. You look for the sudden flood, but I more often send the steady stream. A flood tears up the ground and leaves as fast as it came. A stream cuts a path through rock and feeds the land for generations. I am giving you a stream because I intend for this to last. You have seen seasons where increase came and vanished quickly, where gains slipped through your fingers, where nothing seemed to stay. That cycle ends now. This time I am not only giving you something, I am teaching you how to hold it, how to grow it, and how to walk without the fear of losing it. The provision and the wisdom arrive together because one without the other would fail you. So when the change begins to show, receive it with quiet trust. Do not interrogate it. Do not stand over it waiting for it to disappear, the way you have stood over every good thing that ever entered your life. That posture was formed by disappointment, and I understand how it was formed. But you are not living in those years anymore. You are living in this one. What you will see first is only the visible edge of an invisible movement. There are things still aligning, still traveling toward you, still being prepared. I am working through people you have not met, through opportunities you have not recognized, and through doors that have not yet opened. The increase does not stop where it begins. It begins where you can see it, and it continues where you cannot. I also want you to understand what increase truly is, because the world has taught you to measure it poorly. Increase is not only what comes in, it is also what stops leaking out. The losses that repeated themselves, the setbacks that arrived just when you got ahead, the pattern of 1 step forward and 2 steps back. I am closing those places. What enters your life now will stay, take root, and multiply. There is a covering over what I give you. I do not hand you provision and then abandon it to chance. I guard what I plant. This does not mean no challenge will ever come near you, but it means what I am building will not collapse under pressure. The house I build for you is set on rock, and the storms that broke you before will only prove its foundation now. Do not compare your portion with anyone else's. Your path is your own, and the way I work in your life is fitted to you alone. What matters is not how fast it looks beside someone else's harvest. What matters is that it is real, it is steady, and it is aligned with what I planned for you before you knew to want it. Comparison will only steal the peace I am handing you. And do not announce everything you see me do. Some things grow best in quiet, away from attention and interference. There is strength in keeping holy things between you and me for a while. The seed does not call the whole field to gather around while it takes root. Let the fruit speak later. For now, guard the quiet. You will begin to notice new thoughts arriving, ideas about what you could build, paths you had not considered, ways to use what is in your hand. Do not brush them aside. Not every idea in your mind is your own. Some are mine, placed there deliberately, because provision does not only come as something given, it also comes as something created through the wisdom I put inside you. This is how it was with my servants of old. I did not only rain bread from heaven, I showed a widow that the little oil she had left could fill every vessel she could borrow. I took a boy's small loaves and fed a multitude on a hillside. I have never needed much to make much. I only need what is in your hand and your willingness to trust me with it. So loosen your grip on the fear of not having enough. That fear has managed your decisions for too long. It told you what you could not do, could not try, could not hope for. It sat at your table like a false counselor, and you fed it every day with worry. Starve it now. Its word over your life has expired. I am also adjusting your timing. You have felt out of step for years, as if everything arrived too late or left too early. That was the old season. In this one, you will notice things landing when you need them. Not before, not after. A door will open the very week you are ready to walk through it. Help will arrive the very hour your strength runs low. This precision is my signature. Remember this when the first sign appears, whether it is small or great. Do not say it is not enough. Say instead, it has begun. The first drop of rain is not the storm, but it proves the clouds are full. What I have released toward you is already in motion, and nothing in motion from my hand can be turned aside. Say, I trust you, Lord, out loud if you believe your provision is already on its way. Now turn your attention to your body, because I am turning mine toward it. I made this body. I know every joint, every nerve, every hidden place where pain has set up camp. You have described your tiredness to no one, but you did not need to describe it to me. I see the nights your mind would not rest, and the mornings your body felt heavy for no reason you could name. Tonight I begin to restore what has been breaking down in silence. You have carried things that were never meant to stay in you this long. Stress settled into your muscles and stiffened them. Fear crept into your thoughts and tightened your chest. Exhaustion drained your strength until even small tasks felt like hills. I do not blame you for any of it. Life laid heavy loads on you and you carried them because you thought you had no choice. Now I am lifting what does not belong to you. I do not need hours to begin this. I need your openness. When you stop bracing, my presence moves freely through you, reaching every weak place and beginning to make it strong again. So stop bracing. You are not on trial here. You are on the receiving end of a father's care, and nothing is required of you except to let me work. There is a warmth beginning to move through you, quiet and unhurried. Do not dismiss it. I rarely announce my work with noise. When I healed in the streets of Galilee, some were restored with a word, some with a touch, and one woman simply reached for the hem of a garment, and power went out to meet her faith. Reach for me like that now in the stillness, and my power will meet you where you ache. Understand how I heal so that you do not doubt the pace. I do not patch surfaces. I go to the root. Some of what troubles your body began in your mind, in years of worry that your frame was forced to carry. Some began in seasons of grief you never fully set down. I'm addressing the causes, not just the symptoms, and that is exactly why this healing will hold. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now, stay with me, because the work in your body continues even as you consider what I have asked. Layer by layer, I am releasing the tension your frame has stored for years. Your shoulders have been carrying weight that was never assigned to them. Your jaw has been clenched around words you never let yourself say. Your breath has been shallow, as if you were always ready for the next blow. Tonight, breathe deeper. The next blow is not coming. I am here. Your body has memory. It remembers every season you pushed through when you should have rested, every warning it gave you that you overruled. It learned to live on guard. But what your body learned, my presence can teach it to unlearn. I am speaking peace to your nervous system the way I once spoke peace to a storm on the sea. The wind and the waves obeyed that voice. Your body will obey it too. Feel how your breathing is already changing. It is slowing, deepening, finding the rhythm I designed for it. This is not something you are forcing. It is something you are finally allowing. When the body is calm, it repairs. When it is at rest, it rebuilds. I built that mercy into your very flesh, and tonight I am switching it back on. I am restoring your energy, because I know how tired you have been. There were days when you looked strong to everyone around you, while inside you were running on almost nothing. I saw the performance, and I saw the cost of it. That constant emptiness is not your identity, and it will not be your future. Strength is returning to you, not in one overwhelming wave, but steadily, the way light grows at dawn. I am also quieting your mind, because healing does not happen in the body alone. Thoughts of dread have been circling you like birds that would not land or leave. I am clearing them now. You do not need to keep replaying what hurt you, and you do not need to rehearse disasters that have not happened. I am giving you a stillness your thoughts can rest inside, and I am removing the fear you have carried about your own health. You have wondered, in your most private moments, whether something was deeply wrong, whether your body was failing you slowly. That dread has added weight to every symptom. I am lifting it off you. You are safe with me, and you are being cared for in ways that go far beyond what any eye can see. Nothing about you is beyond repair. Hear that again. Nothing about you is beyond repair. I have restored withered hands, opened blind eyes, and called a man out of his own tomb after 4 days. Your weariness does not intimidate me. Your pain does not confuse me. What I begin, I always finish, and tonight I have begun. So do not rush away from this moment. Every minute you remain open, the work goes deeper. You are not wasting time by being still. Stillness is the very room where I am operating. Others may not understand why this hour matters so much. You do not need them to understand. You only need to stay and let me finish what your body has been begging for. Now I must deal with something that stands between you and everything I am releasing. It is not an enemy outside you. It is the quiet expectation of loss that lives inside you. You have learned to brace for the fall even in your best moments. When your body feels better, part of you waits for the relapse. When provision arrives, part of you waits for it to vanish. My child, that bracing must go, because you cannot hold a blessing and flinch from it at the same time. I know where that expectation came from. Good things did leave. Relief did fade. You have real memories of hope that ended in disappointment, and those memories built a wall around your heart with a sign that reads, "Do not trust this." I am not asking you to pretend those years never happened. I am telling you that those years are not a prophecy. They are a chapter, and the chapter has closed. Hear the difference between the old cycle and what I am doing now. The old cycle was you, straining alone, patching leaks with your own 2 hands. This is me, building. When you built alone, the results rose and fell with your strength. What I build does not depend on your strength, and that is exactly why it will not fall when you have a weak day. You are allowed to have weak days inside my strong plan. So when your body has an ordinary ache next week, do not let fear announce that the healing has failed. Healing is not the absence of every sensation. It is a direction, and your direction has changed. A tree planted by water still loses a leaf in the wind. It is still planted by water. Judge your life by where it is planted now, not by every leaf that moves. And when a bill arrives or an expense surprises you, do not let panic announce that the provision was an illusion. The sea does not stop being the sea between waves. My supply toward you is not a single event that can be spent and finished. It is a current, and currents keep coming. One difficult moment cannot cancel what I have set in motion. There is something else I am correcting in you. Somewhere along the way, you came to believe that struggle is your permanent address, that peace only visits but pressure lives with you. That belief has shaped how you breathe, how you sleep, how you plan, even how you pray. I am pulling it out at the root. Stability is not a stranger passing through your life. From this night, it is a resident. Notice what is already changing in your thoughts. The constant noise of worry is losing its volume. There are moments of quiet in your mind that you did not manufacture. Do not rush past them. They are evidence. Peace always arrives ahead of increase, the way morning light arrives ahead of the sun itself. What you are feeling is the light before the fullness. Your body and your circumstances have been trapped in the same conversation for years. The body worried about the money, and the money worries wore down the body. Fear moved between them like a courier, carrying bad news back and forth. Tonight I am dismissing the courier. When peace governs your mind, your body softens. When your body rests, your judgment clears. When your judgment clears, your decisions prosper. Notice how one healing strengthens the other. Sleep is going to change for you. The hours that used to be filled with calculations and rehearsed conversations will grow quiet. You will lie down and actually rest, not just pause between worries. I give to my beloved even in their sleep, and much of what I do in you now will be done in the dark hours, gently, without your supervision. You do not have to guard the night shift anymore. I have taken it. There will still be moments when the old thoughts knock. They will sound familiar, even reasonable. This will not last. Something will go wrong. Do not get comfortable. When they come, you do not need to argue with them for hours. Answer them once, the way I am teaching you now. That voice described my past, and my Father is describing my future. Then let the matter rest. You are not the same ground those thoughts used to grow in. I am also healing the way you receive. For years, receiving made you uneasy. Help felt like debt. Rest felt like laziness. Kindness felt like something you would have to repay before you could enjoy it. That uneasiness came from seasons when you could count on no one, and I am dissolving it. Open hands are not naive hands. Open hands are the only hands that can be filled. Let go, too, of the guilt you have attached to your own needs. You have treated your body's requests for rest as weakness, and your soul's need for relief as selfishness. That is not humility. That is a burden I never placed on you. The same care you have poured out on others, I now command you to allow into your own life. You are also one of the ones I love. Understand what this release will feel like, so you recognize it. It will feel lighter, and at first the lightness may seem strange, even wrong, like silence after years of noise. Do not reach back for the weight because the weight was familiar. Familiar is not the same as good. Give your soul a little time to learn the new climate. What feels unfamiliar this month will feel like home by the next season. I am patient with this process, and I ask you to be patient with yourself. A wall built over decades does not fall in a day, but it is falling. Every hour you choose trust over bracing, another stone comes down. And on the day the last stone falls, you will stand in full view of the life I prepared, and you will wonder why you ever guarded yourself against your own inheritance. You are not fragile, my child. You are in my hand, and my hand does not tremble. The fear of losing what I give was never part of the gift. Drop it here tonight, and walk forward carrying only what I actually gave you: provision, healing, and peace. Now I want to speak about what I am building inside you, because the outer blessing rests on the inner foundation. If I poured increase into an anxious heart, the anxiety would poison it. If I poured strength into an undisciplined life, the strength would scatter. So I am renewing you from within, and this inner work is not a lesser miracle. It is the one that makes all the others last. Your mind is being renewed first. The way you think about provision, about your body, and about your own worth is shifting even now. You are no longer meant to see yourself as someone always catching up, always behind, always one problem away from collapse. That identity was formed under pressure, and the pressure is lifting. I am giving you the mind of someone who is led, not chased. Pay attention to your thoughts in the coming days, and you will notice the difference. Where there used to be a swarm, there will be order. Where you used to spiral, you will simply consider, decide, and move. This clarity is not a technique you learned. It is a gift I am placing in you, because the season ahead requires clear eyes, and I do not send my children into new seasons unequipped. With the clarity comes wisdom, and I ask you to treat wisdom as part of your inheritance, not an accessory to it. Solomon asked me for an understanding heart above riches, and I gave him both, because the first knows how to keep the second. I am doing the same in you. The ideas arriving in your mind, the caution you feel about certain choices, the pull you feel toward others, these are not moods. They are guidance. So move when I nudge you, even if the step looks small. Great doors often hang on small hinges. A single conversation, a skill picked up in an ordinary month, a habit begun quietly at dawn. These are the hinges I love to use. Do not despise the day of small things. I was watching when the temple's first stone was laid, and I rejoiced over it before a single wall stood. I'm also teaching you discipline, but hear what I mean by that word. Not punishment, not a heavier yoke. Discipline is simply love with a direction. It is knowing what belongs to your path and what does not, and having the settled strength to choose accordingly. In the past, you often decided out of urgency because fear demanded an answer immediately. Fear is no longer your counselor. You can take a breath, ask me, and choose well. Your appetite for certain things will change on its own, and do not be alarmed by it. Things that once entertained you will begin to feel empty, and things that once bored you will begin to feel rich. Quiet will become appealing. Depth will become appealing. This is not you becoming dull. This is you becoming rooted, and rooted things live long. Guard your attention, because attention is the soil where everything grows. Whatever you feed your mind each day is planting something. For years, without meaning to, you planted alarm and comparison, and you harvested restlessness. Now plant my words, plant gratitude, plant honest work, and notice what a different harvest rises from the same field. The field was never the problem. The seed was. Do not measure this new life against anyone else's. When Peter looked at John and asked, "What about him?" I answered, "What is that to you? Follow me." I say the same to you with all tenderness. Your assignment fits you the way a key fits one lock. Envy would have you trading your key for one that opens nothing of yours. There is a humility I am weaving into you alongside the strength, and the two are not opposites. The oak is strong because it bends and because its roots go deep, not because it boasts against the wind. As your provision grows and your health returns, remain low in your own eyes and high in gratitude. That posture keeps blessing safe. Pride spends an inheritance. Humility multiplies one. You will also find yourself caring differently for those around you. As your own fear quiets, you will have room to truly hear people again. Those you love will feel the change before you explain it. Some of what I am giving you is meant to flow through you to them, not as pressure, but as overflow. A full well does not strain to water the garden around it. Be careful, though, with whom you share the details of this season. Not everyone can celebrate what they have not yet received. Some words are bread for you and stumbling stones for others. Joseph told his dreams too freely and spent years paying for the telling. Let your life speak slowly. Those who are meant to understand will understand at the right time. I am adjusting your pace as well. You have lived at the speed of emergency for so long that slowness feels like failure to you. It is not. I move through history at the pace of seed and season, and nothing I have ever purposed has arrived late. Walk with me at that pace. Hurry was the thief of your peace, and you will find that almost nothing in your new life actually requires it. And in the middle of all this growth, keep returning to the simplest thing: time with me. Not performance, not long words. Just the door closed, the heart open, and a few honest minutes. That secret place is where every strength you will ever need is stored. The men and women who moved mountains in my name were not the loudest ones. They were the ones who knew the way to that room. This is who you are becoming: clear-minded, steady, wise, unhurried, generous, and quietly strong. Not perfect and not required to be, but changed, truly changed, from the inside outward. The person you are surviving as is not the person you will be living as. I say it, and I do not take words back. Whisper, "I receive it," if your heart is open to becoming everything I just described. Let me tell you now what the deepening of this restoration will look like, so that you can recognize my hand as it moves. In your body, the change will come the way spring comes, not with one loud day, but with 100 small mercies. One morning you will rise and realize you are not dreading the day. One evening you will notice the ache you always carried has grown quiet. Add these mercies together and you will find a different life. Your strength will return in layers. First, the rest will deepen, because rest is the ground floor of every recovery. Then your energy will steady, no longer spiking and crashing, but flowing evenly through your days. Then your confidence in your own body will come back, and you will move without that flinch of caution that pain taught you. Each layer supports the next. I build the way a wise builder does, from the foundation upward. Do not be troubled that some of this work stays hidden for a time. The most important part of any tree is the part no one applauds, the roots working in the dark. Right now, roots are going down into your health, your provision, and your peace. When the visible growth comes, and it will not topple in the first storm, because the unseen work was done first and done well. In your provision, the deepening will look like consistency. Not one dramatic windfall that makes a story, but a steadiness that makes a life. Bills that once loomed will shrink to their true size. Choices that once felt impossible will simply be decisions. You will plan a month ahead, then a year ahead, and one day you will catch yourself planning a legacy. That is the ladder I am setting your feet on. You are moving from survival to stewardship, and I want you to understand the difference. Survival asks, how do I get through this week? Stewardship asks, what is this in my hand for? Everything I place with you, strength, means, insight, time, has an assignment attached to it. The faithful servant in my story was not praised for burying what he was given, but for putting it to work. I am handing you more because I trust you to work it. With increase comes weight, and I am strengthening your shoulders for it. But hear me carefully. Weight is not worry. The weight I give is the good weight of purpose, like a full harvest in the arms of the one who planted it. Worry is the counterfeit, and you have carried enough counterfeit weight for a lifetime. From now on, when something feels heavy, ask me whose weight it is. If it is mine, I will carry it with you. If it is not, set it down. Your surroundings will begin to reorder themselves around what I am doing. Certain rooms, certain habits, certain conversations will quietly lose their place in your life, and you will not need to force the pruning. A vine dresser prunes so the branch can bear more fruit, and I prune gently but thoroughly. When something falls away in this season, do not chase it. It made room for what I am bringing. Some people will notice the change in you before you say a word. Your face will carry less strain. Your answers will carry more peace. A few will be drawn to it and ask what has happened, and you will find simple, honest words for them. Others may resent a calm they do not understand. Bless them and keep walking. You are not responsible for how everyone receives your healing. You are responsible for not abandoning it. There is a protection over this whole work that I want you to rest in. What I restore, I also guard. Your health is under my watch. Your provision is under my watch. The plans I have written for you cannot be stolen by circumstance or delayed by the opinions of others. No word spoken against this season of yours will prosper, because I did not consult anyone when I decreed it, and I will not consult anyone to cancel it. That does not mean every day ahead will be soft. You will still live in a world with friction, and I will not lie to you about that. But there is a difference between weather and climate. Hard days are weather. My faithfulness is the climate now, and weather cannot change a climate. You will get rained on some afternoons and still live in a fruitful land. Hold on to that distinction when a difficult afternoon tries to preach to you. Feelings will report the weather. Faith will remember the climate. Let both speak, but let only one decide. The one who decides your outlook decides your direction, and I am teaching you to hand that seat to faith every single morning. I am also restoring years, not just moments. You have grieved time, the seasons that sickness, worry, and lack seemed to swallow. You have looked back and ached over what those years might have been. Hear my promise. I repay what the swallowing seasons took, not by turning time backward, but by making the years ahead so fruitful that the lean years lose their power over your story. The best chapters were never behind you. As your body strengthens and your table fills, keep your eyes on the giver and not only the gifts. This is not a warning spoken in suspicion. It is the counsel of a father who has watched blessing become a snare for those who forgot its source. You will not be one of them. Gratitude will keep the channel clear, and the channel will keep flowing. Thank me in the small moments, and you will never lose your way in the large ones. And remember that this restoration has a horizon beyond your own comfort. I heal you so you can live, and I prosper you so you can build. and some of what you build will shelter people you have not met yet. Your endurance already carries authority. When you tell someone weary, it can change. Your words will land differently than a stranger's, because you will speak as one who stood in the ashes and watched me bring a garden out of them. So receive the deepening without suspicion and without hurry. Roots first, then branches, then fruit, then seed for others. That is my order, and it has never failed. You are inside that order now, held, guarded, and growing, and nothing about your progress depends on your perfection. It depends on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once run dry. Now come close, because I am going to send you forward, and I want you to leave this moment carrying exactly what I have placed in your hands. No more and no less. You arrived weary, watching your provision with worry and carrying pain your body had learned to hide. You are leaving as someone appointed to be healed, appointed to be supplied, appointed to walk through the doors I have already unlocked. When you next look at what you have, whether it is more than you expected or not yet what you hoped, read it correctly. It is not your verdict. It is a page in the middle of a story I am still writing. Verdicts are final, and nothing about your supply is final, except my promise over it. So look without fear, give thanks for what is there, and stand firm on what is coming. When your body speaks to you in the days ahead, listen with new ears. If it asks for rest, give rest without guilt. If it grows stronger, receive the strength without suspicion. And when you notice the quiet places where pain used to live, pause and thank me there, in the moment. Gratitude spoken at the sight of a healing seals the healing into memory, and memory is where faith goes to feed. Keep the rhythm I have taught you tonight. Peace first, then thought, then action. The world will keep insisting that panic is responsible and hurry is wise. You know better now. The one who trusts does not need to run, and the one who is led does not need to guess. Walk, do not sprint, and you will pass many runners resting by the road. Return often to the quiet room where you and I meet, not because I demand ceremony, but because you were built to be renewed there, the way a lamp must return to the oil. A few honest minutes with me each day will hold you steadier than 1,000 plans made in fear. When you do not have words, sit with me anyway. Presence is the older language, and I have always spoken it with my children. Speak carefully over your own life, because your voice is the instrument I gave you for agreement. Do not use it to rehearse ruin. When you talk about your body, speak of it as something being restored, because it is. When you talk about your provision, speak of it as something growing, because it is. Death and life sit in the power of the tongue. Choose life so often that it becomes your accent. Be generous as you rise, not out of pressure and never to earn what I have already freely given, but because generosity keeps your heart the right shape. A closed hand cramps around what it holds. An open hand is always ready for more, both to receive and to release. You will find, as all my faithful ones find, that giving and thriving are not rivals. They are companions. Extend patience to those who knew you in the hard years and still speak to you as if you live there. People are often the last to update their picture of someone I have changed. Do not argue your transformation. Live it. In time, the evidence will speak with a volume no argument could reach, and some who doubted will quietly come to you asking how. If a hard day comes, and some will, do not treat it as the end of this word. Take that day back to this night. Remember what you heard. Remember what you felt loosen in your body. Remember the peace that settled where panic used to sit. A word from me does not expire because a Tuesday was difficult. Anchor to it. and let the day pass through you like weather through a well-built house. And when the blessings arrive, and they will arrive, stay tender. Prosperity can harden a heart faster than hardship if gratitude is not standing guard. Stay easily moved by kindness. Stay quick to notice small good things. The tenderness you kept through your worst seasons is treasure in my eyes. Bring it with you into your best ones. Hear now my word over your body, spoken plainly. Strength is returning to you. Rest is being restored to you. What was tense is loosening. What was drained is filling. And what was afraid is settling into peace. Your frame is mine. I formed it with intention. And I am renewing it with the same intention. You will feel the difference and you will know who did it. Hear my word over your provision. The stream has been opened and it will not be dammed. Doors are unlocked ahead of you. Help is timed to your need, and wisdom is planted in you to keep and grow every good thing that comes. You will lend and not borrow. You will plant and also harvest. And your house will move from asking to answering, from lacking to lending, from surviving to building. And hear my word over you. You are not forgotten, not overlooked, and not too late. You are mine. I called you by name before this message found you, and I will still be calling you by name long after this night has folded into memory. Nothing you feared has the final word. I have the final word, and my word over you is life, healing, provision, and peace. Go now into your days with your head lifted. Sleep tonight without standing guard. Rise tomorrow without dread. Look at what you have without trembling, and look at what is coming with expectation. The shift has begun. The healing is in motion, and my hand is on both. I do not begin and abandon. I begin and I complete, and I have begun in you. My beloved, this hour was appointed for you before you knew to ask for it. Carry it gently, guard it in your heart, and whenever doubt whispers, return to what you know. You heard your Father, and your Father does not lie. Say amen, I am ready if you receive everything I have spoken over your life tonight.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Set everything down. Let the noise around you fall quiet, because I have been trying to get your attention, and today you finally slowed down long enough to hear me. This is not an accident. You were not wandering when you arrived here. I drew you to this moment myself, and what I am about to speak over you was prepared long before you knew you would need it. There is a nudge in your spirit. You have felt it for days. A stirring you could not name, a pull you could not explain, a sense that something was about to change. Do not ignore it. That nudge was me. I have been reaching for you in 100 quiet ways. The thought that came out of nowhere and would not leave. The sudden urge to pray when you had almost given up on praying. The restlessness that settled over your ordinary routine, as if your own life were whispering that there is more. None of that was random. All of it was my hand on your shoulder. You have wondered why heaven felt silent. Hear me now. I was never silent. I was speaking in a register your hurry could not receive, so I began to slow you down. I let certain plans stall and certain doors stick, not to frustrate you, but to turn your face toward mine. My child, a shepherd does not shout across the field when he wants one particular sheep. He walks toward it. He calls it by name. That is what this moment is. I am not addressing a crowd right now. I am speaking to you, one voice to one heart, because what I have prepared has your name on it, and no one else can claim it. Listen closely, because I want you to understand why the timing matters. There are seasons when heaven moves quietly, and there are seasons when heaven moves suddenly. You are standing at the border between the two. The long, quiet stretch behind you was not emptiness. It was the drawing back of the bow. And an arrow flies farthest when the pull has been longest. You almost did not make it to this moment. I know that. There were nights you thought about laying the whole thing down, the hope, the prayers, the believing. Something in you held on anyway. That something was not stubbornness. It was the thread of my spirit woven into you, and I never let it snap. So before I say anything else, I want to settle one question forever. You matter to me. Not the polished version of you. Not the person you pretend to be when others need you strong. You, as you are today, tired and unsure, and still listening. That is the one I came for. I know the questions you carry. Why has it taken so long? Why do others seem to move ahead while you wait? Why do the same battles keep circling back? I will answer those questions in this hour. But first, you must let go of one lie. The lie that says you were overlooked. You were never overlooked. You were being kept. There is a difference between being forgotten and being hidden. A treasure is not forgotten when it is buried. It is protected. I have kept you out of sight of certain people and certain opportunities because if they had reached you too early, they would have ruined what I was building in you. What felt like rejection was often my shielding. Now the hiding is ending. I am lifting the cover, and I need you awake for it. Because the things I do next will move quickly, and I do not want you to mistake them for coincidence. When the unexpected call comes, that is me. When the stranger speaks the exact words you prayed about in secret, that is me. When the stuck door swings open without your pushing, that is me. Do not let your mind wander now. The enemy would love nothing more than for you to drift away in the middle of this word, to remember some errand, to feel some sudden urge to be anywhere but here. Recognize that pull for what it is. Stay with me. The ones who receive everything I am releasing today are the ones who remain until the final word. I want you to breathe slowly as my voice reaches you. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. You have been braced for bad news for so long that your body forgot how to receive good news. So receive it now. I am for you. I have always been for you. And the report I carry today is not warning but promise. Some who hear this will think it is too good to be true. My beloved, I understand that caution. Life has taught you to guard your hope the way a burned hand guards itself from fire. But I am not life's disappointments. I am the one who spoke light into darkness. And when I say a thing, the thing itself must bend to obey. So here at the very start, I ask for something simple. Not perfection. Not a spotless record, just an open heart, the smallest crack in the wall you built. Faith the size of a seed is enough for me to work with. I have moved mountains with less. This day is a marked day. Long from now, you will look back and divide your story into what came before this word and what came after it. I do not say that lightly, and I do not say it to everyone. I say it to you because I see what is already in motion behind the veil, and it is good. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is open to receive what I am about to speak. You said it, or your spirit said it for you, and heaven heard. Now lean in. What I show you next is the part of your story you were never able to see, the part that explains the tears, the delays, and the strange, stubborn hope that would not die. It is time you knew what has really been happening. Let me tell you what I have witnessed, because you have believed for years that your hardest hours went unseen. They did not. I was in the room every single time. I was there when you held yourself together in public and came apart the moment the door closed behind you. I heard the prayers that never made it into words, the ones that were only a long exhale and my name. I watched you get up on mornings when getting up was the bravest thing anyone did in that house. No one applauded. I noticed. I saw the betrayal too. I watched someone you trusted take your kindness and treat it as a thing to be spent. I heard the lies they told about you, and I saw how you bit your tongue instead of fighting back. You wondered if staying silent made you a fool. It did not. It kept your hands clean for what I am about to place in them. I know about the friend who vanished when your season turned hard. I know about the ones who should have shielded you and instead became the very source of the wound. You have replayed those moments 1,000 times, asking what you did to deserve them. Stop asking. The failure was theirs, not yours, and I have not forgotten the account. There were nights you lay awake and asked whether your prayers were reaching anything at all, or just rising into an empty sky. I want to answer that question plainly. Every one of them arrived. Not one was lost in transit. Some are answered already. Some are held for the right hour. And some I answered differently because I could see the whole road, and you could see only the bend. You have also carried the ones you love. You have stood in the gap for people who never knew you were praying for them, lifting their names in the dark while carrying your own weight in silence. That kind of hidden faithfulness has a sound in heaven. It is not a small sound. My precious child, here is what you must understand about the years that hurt. I did not cause every wound you carry. Some came from the cruelty of others, some from a broken world, some from choices whose cost you could not have known. But I wasted none of it. There is a difference. I do not manufacture sorrow, yet I refuse to let sorrow have the final word in the story of anyone who is mine. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. His brothers meant it for evil. The betrayal was real evil, not disguised blessing. Yet I bent even that evil to serve my purpose until the day the prison door opened, and the pit became a footnote. What others meant to bury you, I have been bending toward your good. The bending is almost complete. You learned things in those hidden years that no easy road could have taught you. You learned how to hear my voice when no other voice was kind. You learned who you are when no one is impressed with you. You learned that you can lose much and still stand. Do not despise that education. Kings have paid fortunes for less wisdom than you carried out of your worst season. And notice this, because it matters, you did not become cruel. Life gave you every excuse to harden, and you stayed soft where it counts. You still give. You still hope for others, even when hoping for yourself feels risky. That softness is not weakness. It is the proof that the enemy failed to make you into his image. I also saw what you did with your doubts. You brought them to me instead of letting them drive you away from me. You argued with me some nights. That is fine. Jacob wrestled until daybreak and left with a limp and a blessing. I would rather have your honest wrestling than your polite distance. Now here's something you have needed for a long time. You are not behind. The clock you measure yourself against was built by people who cannot see what I see. Abraham was old when the promise arrived. David waited years between the anointing and the throne. The timing of a promise belongs to the one who made it, and I have never once been late to my own appointments. Somewhere along the way, you started apologizing for your own existence. You shrink in rooms you were sent to fill. You call your dreams unrealistic and your needs too much. That ends today. I do not make apologetic creations. I made you on purpose, with intention, the way a craftsman makes a tool for a task he already has in mind. Say, I believe out loud if this word is finding the hidden places of your heart. Good. Let that belief stand up straight inside you, because I am about to show you the other side of your story, the side that was hidden behind the veil. You have only ever seen your life from the ground. For the next few moments, I am going to let you see it from where I sit. From where I sit, the delays were not denials. From where I sit, the closed doors were not insults but detours around ruin you could not detect. From where I sit, the people who walked away created the vacancy that my chosen companions will soon fill. Nothing about your file reads like failure up here. It reads like the record of someone being trusted, slowly and deliberately, with much. And there is one more thing I witnessed that you should know about. Every time you were mistreated and chose not to repay it, every time you blessed someone who could do nothing for you, a record was kept. You thought those moments evaporated. They did not. They accumulated. And a stored-up record of hidden faithfulness always comes to payment in my kingdom, with int. Now I must expose something, because you cannot walk free while you still believe the report of your accuser. There has been a voice speaking against you for years. It sounds like your own thoughts, which is its cleverest trick. It arrives at your weakest hour, quotes your worst memories, and signs your name to its conclusions. Today I am putting that voice on trial. The accuser told you that you are a failure. I say you are a work in progress in the hands of a builder who has never abandoned a project. The accuser whispered that you are forgotten. I say your name is engraved where I cannot look without seeing it. The accuser said you are too damaged to be used. I say the vessels I use most were all mended ones, and the mended places are where my light passes through. The accuser told you that your best years are spent. I tell you the richest harvests come from fields that lay fallow the longest. He said your mistakes disqualified you. I say my mercy wrote the final ruling on your record, and the verdict reads redeemed. He said you missed your one chance. I say I am the God of Peter on the beach, restoring in one morning what 3 denials had broken. He told you no one would ever truly choose you. I chose you, and I do not choose carelessly. He said your prayers change nothing. I say kingdoms have quietly turned on the hinge of prayers smaller than yours. He announced that you will end your days unnoticed and unfinished. I decree that what I began in you, I will complete, and the finishing will not be quiet. Whose report will you believe? You cannot carry both. One voice leads to a shrinking life, the other to an open door. Choose the voice that made you. Choose it today and every day after, until choosing it becomes the reflex of your heart. Understand why the accuser worked so hard on you. Liars do not spend years on worthless targets. He studied your calling before you ever sensed it, and everything he threw at you was measured against the size of what you carry. The fiercer the opposition, the greater the treasure it was sent to smother. You were not attacked because you are weak. You were attacked because of what your freedom will cost the darkness. Now I ask something of you, and I ask it as the one who has never taken from you without multiplying it back. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Remember the widow at Zarephath. A handful of flour, a little oil, one last cake, and she gave it first to the man of God. The jar did not run dry, the jug did not fail, not because the amount was great, but because the trust was. It has never been about the size of the hand that gives. It is about the direction the heart is facing when it opens. Let me return now to the voice you must silence, because there is one more of its lies to break, and it is the deepest one. The accuser has told you that you are alone in the fight, that everyone who matters eventually leaves, that you must hold everything up yourself, because if you rest, it all collapses. This lie has driven you for years. It is why you cannot sleep some nights and cannot receive help on others. Hear the truth. You were never the only one holding your life together. My hand has been under the whole structure from the beginning. The nights you were sure everything would fall apart, and somehow morning came, and it had not fallen. That was not luck holding the beams. That was me. So I give you permission to put down what was never yours to carry. The outcome, the timing, the opinions of people who judged you without knowing the road you walked. Lay them down the way a laborer lays down a sack at the end of the day. You will feel lighter within the week, and lightness is something you have not felt in a long time. There is a boldness that returns when the accuser is silenced. You will notice it soon. You will speak in rooms where you used to shrink. You will try again in areas where you had quietly given up. This is not a change in personality. It is the sound of your true self, unburied. And when the old voice creeps back, because it will attempt a return, do not argue with it in your own strength. Answer it the way I answered in the wilderness, with what is written. It is written that nothing can separate you from my love. It is written that no weapon formed against you will prosper. It is written that the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Put the sword in your mouth, and the liar will not stay to hear the end of the verse. You have lived under a false verdict long enough. Consider it overturned this day. The court of heaven does not echo the accusations of your past. It echoes the blood that answered them. Walk out of the cell. The door was unlocked the moment mercy spoke, and mercy has been speaking over you since before you knew to listen. Now let me show you the architecture of your struggle, because your battles have not been scattered and random. They have been concentrated at 3 doors. 3 areas of your life have stood locked while you knocked and pushed and wept on the threshold. Provision, companionship, purpose. I am going to speak to each one, and as I speak, hear the sound of iron giving way. The first locked door is provision. You have worked harder than most and held less than many, and the arithmetic of it has never made sense to you. Money arrived and evaporated. Opportunities ripened and then rotted a day before your hand could reach them. You began to suspect that something was set against you, and in this, you were not imagining things. But hear what that lock could not do. It could not make you dishonest. You were squeezed for years and never once decided that cheating was the answer. It could not make you stingy either. Even in lack, you shared. Do you understand how rare that is? A person who stays generous while empty has passed a test that most who are full will never even sit for. That test is over. I am opening the door of provision, and I will open it in ways you did not engineer, so that you will know the hand behind it was mine. Watch for provision that arrives without your striving. Watch for the debt that shrinks faster than the numbers say it should. Watch for the idea that comes to you in an ordinary hour and turns out to carry your increase inside it. When these things unfold, do not call them luck. Call them by their name: faithfulness. The second locked door is companionship. This lock has been the most painful because it made you conclude that the problem was you. You attracted takers and repelled the steady ones, or so it seemed. You sat in gatherings and felt like a stranger at your own table. You know how to be alone in a crowded room. That is a skill no one should have to learn as well as you learned it. Here is what was true behind the veil. Some of that isolation was protection. There were bonds that looked appealing which would have chained you to smallness, and I kept them from closing around you. And some of the loneliness was seasonal, the emptiness of a field between plantings. The field is not barren, it was resting before the seed. Now I am sending companions suited to who you are becoming, not who you were. They will recognize you quickly. There will be an ease in their presence that you stopped believing was possible. They will speak to the strength in you rather than feeding on it. And when they come, receive them without suspicion. Not everyone carries a hidden knife. The ones I send carry bread. But make room. This is your part at the second door. There are connections in your life that empty you by the hour, voices that leave you smaller after every conversation. I am not asking you to hate anyone. I am asking you to stop watering what I have uprooted. Release what drains you gently and without drama, and the vacancy will fill with what I have prepared. A hand that clutches old stones cannot close around new treasure. The third locked door is purpose, and this is the lock the enemy defended most fiercely. You have felt it your whole life, the sense of being made for something you could not name. It visited you at odd moments, in the middle of ordinary work, a homesickness for a place you have never been. Then it faded, and the fading hurt worse than the longing. You concluded you were foolish to want more. You were not foolish. That longing was the compass needle of your calling, trembling toward its true north. The lock on this door was never able to remove your purpose. It could only delay your entrance. And a delayed entrance, my child, often means a grander room. Moses carried his calling 40 years in a wilderness before the bush burned. The calling did not expire in the desert. It matured there. The man who finally stood before Pharaoh could not have stood there at 20, full of his own strength. What you call your wasted years were the slow forging of a person who can carry weight without being crushed by it. So the third door is opening now, and this is how you will know. Assignments will find you. Needs will rise in front of you that match the exact shape of your gifting, as a lock matches its key. You will do something that feels almost easy, and others will call it remarkable. Pay attention when that happens. Ease plus fruitfulness is one of the surest signs that you are standing inside your design. And do not assume your assignment must look grand to be great. Some callings stand before multitudes. Most stand in doorways, kitchens, workrooms, and quiet conversations at the right hour. A single sentence spoken to the right soul at the right moment can outweigh years of applause. I measure greatness by obedience and by love, not by audience. If I hand you something that looks small, handle it as holy anyway. Small in your eyes has never once meant small in mine. Do not demand the whole blueprint at once. I do not hand out complete maps, because a person with a map stops holding the guide's hand. I will give you the next step, and light enough for it. When you take it, the step after that will appear. This is how the whole road will unfold, one obedience at a time, until you look back astonished at the distance covered. 3 doors, 1 key. The key has never been your effort, your connections, or your flawless record. The key is trust, turned by the hand of the one who owns the house. You have spent years studying the locks. Lift your eyes now to the locksmith. The scraping sound you hear in your spirit today is real. It is the sound of things opening that no man will be able to shut. Hear now what I am releasing, because the opening of doors is only the beginning. A door is an invitation. What passes through it is the inheritance, and I am sending through those open doors 4 things: healing, restoration, favor, and peace. Listen closely to each, because you will want to recognize them when they arrive. First, healing. I am speaking to your body, the faithful servant that has carried you through every one of these years and absorbed the cost of every worry. Stress has taxed it. Grief has taken up residence in its muscles and its sleep. Some of what troubles your flesh began in your sorrows, and as I heal the sorrow, the body will follow. I am also speaking to conditions that have resisted every remedy. I made every fiber of you, and nothing in you is beyond my reach. Strength you assumed was gone for good will begin returning in quiet increments. You will notice one day that you climbed the stairs without the old heaviness, that you slept through the night, that the ache you had accepted as permanent has grown strangely quiet. Receive these as what they are, my hand at work in your frame. And healing is more than the body. There are rooms in your memory you have kept locked because entering them costs too much. I do not heal by erasing. I heal by entering those rooms with you until you can stand in them without bleeding. The day is coming when you will tell of your worst season with steadiness in your voice. Not because it stopped mattering, but because it stopped ruling. Second, restoration. Someone who walked out of your story is going to reach back toward it. An apology you stopped waiting for is being formed in a heart that has finally seen its own fault. When it comes, you will have a choice, and I will help you make it wisely, because restoration is not the same as returning to what harmed you. Understand this clearly. Not every broken bond is meant to be rebuilt. Some endings were my mercy, and reopening them would only reopen wounds. But the bonds I ordained, the ones threaded with purpose, those I will mend, and the mended bond will hold more weight than the original. Trust me to sort the one from the other. I have never confused the two. Third, favor. This one you will notice in the response of the world around you. Places that dismissed you will reconsider. People in authority will look at you twice, and the second look will hold something new. Answers that used to be no will soften into yes, and you will not be able to point to anything you did differently. That is the mark of favor, outcomes that outrun explanations. Favor is not fairness. Fairness gives you what you earned. Favor gives you what I decree. Joseph earned a prison sentence he did not deserve, and favor made him governor in an afternoon. One day of favor can repay years of unfairness, and I specialize in exactly that arithmetic. Do not spend the coming season keeping score against the past. The repayment will not come from the people who owe you. It will come from me, and my rates are generous. Fourth, peace. Not the fragile pause between problems that the world calls peace, but the settled deep that holds even while storms argue overhead. This peace does not wait for circumstances to improve. It moves in first and renovates from within. You will feel it as a strange calm in situations that used to unravel you completely. Others will notice it before you do. They will ask what changed, and you will find you cannot fully explain it. That is how you will know it came from me, because you did not build it. Now, a word about how these four gifts travel. They rarely arrive with trumpets. Heaven's deliveries are usually quiet at the door. A conversation that turns unexpectedly warm. A letter with news you did not dare expect. A morning when the dread is simply absent. The proud miss their miracles waiting for spectacle. Be the one who recognizes me in the ordinary envelope. And a word about timing. These releases have already left the storehouse. Some are close, some are routed through events that have not yet happened, and a few are being held back by nothing except the readiness of other people. I'm still moving into position. Do not interpret the interval as refusal. A ship already launched is not a ship denied, even while it is still out of sight of the harbor. While you wait for what is in transit, steward what has landed. Thank me for the first small signs instead of holding your gratitude hostage until the full sum arrives. Gratitude is not merely politeness. It is the acknowledgement that widens the channel. The one who is faithful over little is the one to whom much can be safely sent, and I am watching how you handle the first fruits. There is one more gift folded inside the other four, and it may be the greatest. As healing, restoration, favor, and peace do their work, you will begin to like the person you are becoming. The self-reproach that hummed beneath your days will fade. You will catch your reflection in a window and not flinch. My beloved, I have waited a long time for you to see what I see. That sight is part of the inheritance too. Declare, I receive it, if you are ready to take hold of what heaven is releasing over your life. Let those words stand as your signature on everything I have just spoken. Heaven treats such declarations seriously, more seriously than you know. The moment you spoke, something was sealed. Now stay with me, because I must prepare you for what comes next, and not all of it will be gentle. Great releases attract great resistance, and I want you armed before it arrives. What I have released you must now walk in, and walking requires instruction. Heaven has done what only heaven can do. There remains a part that belongs to you, and I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. Grace is free, but it is not passive. The sea parted for Israel, yet they still had to march across the floor of it. The first instruction is this: move before you see. Faith that waits for proof is not faith. It is spectating. Abraham packed and left for a land he could not have found on any map of his own making. Peter put his weight on water while the water was still behaving like water. The promise I have spoken over you will meet you in motion. Take the step you have been postponing, the conversation, the beginning, the request, the risk. Small is fine, delayed is not. The second instruction: govern your mouth. Your words are not commentary on your life. They are agents in it. Out of the same mouth can come agreement with my promise or agreement with your fear, and whichever you speak, you strengthen. From this day, let your speech take my side. When lack shouts, answer with provision. When dread mutters, answer with my record, which is long and unbroken. I am not asking you to deny difficulty. I'm asking you to stop prophesying against yourself. The third instruction: guard what you take in. You have a gate, and you are its keeper. Voices of despair will ask to lodge in your thoughts, some from ill-meaning people, some from the general noise of a fearful world. You cannot silence the noise, but you decide what gets a room for the night. Fill your inner house with what is true, noble, and full of hope. A mind fed on fear will starve the strongest faith. A mind fed on truth becomes very hard to defeat. The fourth instruction: keep the conversation open between us, not ceremony, conversation. Speak to me while you work, while you walk, while you wait in the tedious middle of ordinary days. Bring me the small things. Nothing that concerns you is beneath me. Prayer is not a lever you pull to extract outcomes. It is the current that keeps your heart in my presence, and hearts kept in my presence do not easily lose their way. Now I must speak plainly about resistance, because I warn those I love. When a captive is set free, the captor notices. As my releases unfold in your life, opposition will make an appearance. Expect discouragement to arrive wearing familiar faces, some who question your hope, some who mock it, some whose doubt sounds almost reasonable. Expect small crises timed with strange precision, disruptions that seem designed to fall on the eve of your progress. They are designed. That is exactly the point. Do not be alarmed by any of this, and do not read it as evidence that the promise failed. Read it correctly. Thieves do not gather at empty houses. The intensity of the interference is a measure of the value of what you now carry. When the resistance comes, it is not a sign that you took a wrong turn. It is often the surest sign that you took the right one. And remember who stands with you in it. I have set a hedge around you that was not voted on and cannot be lobbied. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Formed, yes. Prosper, no. Schemes will be drafted and will die in the drafting. Words will be spoken against you and will fall to the ground without a harvest. Your part in the battle is smaller than you think. Stand firm, keep your peace, and refuse to hand over your confidence. The rest of the war is mine, and I have never lost. Let me also warn you about a subtler enemy than any attack: the drift back to old patterns. After enough years, even a cage can feel like shelter, and there will be moments when the new territory feels so unfamiliar that the old smallness whispers an invitation home. Do not accept it. Lot's wife looked back at a burning past and became a monument to hesitation. Set your eyes forward. The unfamiliar is not the unsafe. It is simply the shape of a future you have not memorized yet. Practice expectation as a discipline. Rise in the morning with the assumption that I am already at work in the day ahead of you. Expectation is not arrogance. It is the posture of a child who knows the character of the Father. Those who expect nothing sleep through their own answered prayers. Those who watch see. I would have you among the watchers. Practice gratitude the same way, especially on the days when evidence is thin. Thank me in advance the way farmers thank the sky before the rain, because they know the season even when the ground is still dry. Gratitude spoken before the answer is the highest compliment faith can pay. It tells heaven you trust the character of the promiser more than you need the sight of the promise. And practice rest. This one will surprise you, but hear it. Exhaustion is not a badge of faithfulness. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I did not exempt you from it. Some of what you call anxiety is simply weariness wearing a costume. Sleep without guilt. Be still without earning it. The work that matters most in your life right now is work only I can do, and I do not require your worry as a contribution. One more instruction, and it may be the hardest. Forgive. Not because they deserve it. Some do not. Not because the wound was small. It was not. Forgive, because unforgiveness is a chain with one end around your own wrist, and everything I am leading you toward requires your hands free. You do not have to trust them again. You do not have to explain it to anyone. Just hand me the debt, and let me be the judge I have always been. The moment you release it, you will feel the difference in your steps. These are your orders for the season, and none of them is beyond you. Move before you see. Speak life. Guard the gate. Stay in conversation with me. Stand when resistance comes. Look forward, expect, give thanks, rest, and forgive. Do these, and the releases I have spoken will not merely visit your life. They will settle in it and build. Now lift your head, because I am about to close this word the way a king closes a decree, with a seal and a sending. Everything I have spoken over you in this hour is now in motion. The doors are opening. The releases are in transit. The accuser's verdict is overturned. What remains is for you to cross the threshold, and I will not send you across it empty-handed or alone. In the days just ahead, watch for the first sign. I tell you this so that when it comes, you will not explain it away. It may be modest, a message from an unexpected quarter, a kindness with no visible cause, a provision that arrives sideways through a door you were not watching. The first sign is rarely the largest. It is the handshake before the covenant, my way of saying, you heard correctly. After the first sign, confirmations will begin to gather. Different voices will say the same thing to you without knowing each other. Circumstances will rhyme with what I have spoken here. You will open the scriptures at random and find them oddly specific to your situation. When it happens once, you may call it chance. When it keeps happening, call it what it is. A father making himself unmistakable to a child he is leading somewhere new. Then will come the season of building, and I want you sober about it. New seasons are not endless mornings. There will still be work, still be weather, still be days that feel like the old days. The difference is not that difficulty vanishes. The difference is that difficulty stops being in charge. You will meet obstacles as a person under assignment meets them, as things to be moved through, not verdicts to live under. That shift, quiet as it sounds, changes everything it touches. As you walk, remember that you are becoming an answer to other people's prayers. This is part of the purpose I unlocked. Near you, this very week, is someone standing where you stood, worn thin, wondering if anyone sees, close to setting the whole thing down. You will recognize the look because you wore it. When you do, speak. Tell them the night ends. Tell them what you know now from the inside. Comfort travels with a special authority when it comes from someone who needed it first, and I am entrusting you with that authority. Do not underestimate what your endurance has already preached. People watched you go through what should have leveled you, and they watched you still be standing on the other side. Some of them drew conclusions about me from the way you survived. You were a letter you did not know you were writing. In the season ahead, I will let you read some of the replies, and hear this about the ones you love, the ones you have carried in prayer through all these years. I have not been idly listening to those prayers. I have been working in lives you cannot supervise, softening ground you cannot reach, arranging encounters you could not engineer. Some of the answers will surface in the season ahead, and a few will astonish you. Keep carrying them. No prayer offered in love is ever wasted labor. Let me also settle you about the past one final time. You will be tempted, even in the good days ahead, to grieve the years the locks were on the doors. When that grief comes, bring it to me, but do not let it write the story. I am the God who restores what was eaten and repays what was stolen. And my restorations are not refunds, they are multiplications. The years ahead of you can hold more than the years behind you lost. Believe that, and the past loses its power to tax the future. Now receive my blessing, because I do not end this word with instructions. I end it with benediction. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper past explanation. I bless your going out and your coming in. May every road rise to meet your assignment. I bless your table. May it never lack bread, and may it always have room for the guest I send. I bless your sleep. May it be deep, and may your waking thoughts reach for me before they reach for worry. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly. I bless your ears, that my voice would stand out from the noise all your days. I bless your heart, the brave, patched, persistent heart that kept beating hope when hope was expensive. It will not be put to shame. And I bless the ones you love. May the goodness that finds you overflow its banks and water, every life joined to yours. Carry this hour with you. When the old heaviness attempts a return, Come back to what I have said and read it aloud to your own soul, the way David strengthened himself in me when everything at Ziklag was ashes. A word from me doesn't expire between hearings. It will be as alive next month as it is this moment, because I do not speak in fading ink. And remember, above every promise, the promiser. More than the open doors, I give you myself. I am with you when the signs are frequent, and with you in the quiet stretches between them. I am with you in the room where you pray, and in the rooms where you forget to. There is no hour of your future that I have not already entered ahead of you, and no future hour where you will look for me and find me absent. You came to this moment carrying questions, and I have answered the deepest one. You were never forgotten. You were being kept, prepared, and positioned, and the keeping is complete. The season of the locked doors is behind you. The season of the open ones has begun. Walk into it the way loved people walk, unhurried, unafraid, and sure of the arm beside them. Go now with my peace, resting on you like a garment. Go with my favor moving ahead of you into every room. Go with my word alive in your chest, and let it be louder than every voice that ever told you less. I have loved you with an everlasting love, and everlasting means this day and tomorrow, and every step of the long, bright road I have prepared. This is my word over you, and it will not return to me empty. It will accomplish everything I sent it to do in your life. I have spoken, and heaven stands behind every syllable. The rest of your story starts now, and I am in it, from this line to the last. If you believe this word was meant for you, seal it now and declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready."
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Whatever you were about to do next, let it fall away. Before the sun rose this morning, something shifted concerning you, and I will not let this day pass without you knowing it. I am the Lord your God, and I have interrupted your wandering on purpose. This word is not for the crowd. It is for you alone. You did not stumble into this moment. I drew you here. You have been searching, questioning, crying out in silence, and I heard every word of it. So be still now. Listen closely, because I am about to answer questions you stopped asking out loud a long time ago. I saw you. I need you to understand what I mean when I say that. I saw you sitting alone before facing the day, needing a few more minutes to put on the face that says, "Everything is fine." I saw the quiet arithmetic you keep doing over what you owe, moving one payment behind another, running numbers that refuse to add up no matter how many times you try. I saw you lying awake in the dark hours, going over what you have again and again, as if the answer might change if you counted one more time. I saw you smile among others while worry twisted inside you. I heard you say the words, "I am fine," while something in you was pleading to be heard. And still you kept showing up. You kept trying. You kept believing a breakthrough was coming, even when every door slammed shut in your face. I heard the midnight prayers that felt like they struck the ceiling and fell back on you. I heard the ones you never finished because you were too tired to find the words. Not one of them was lost. Every whisper rose before me like incense. You were never speaking into an empty room. The exhaustion you have been carrying is not who you are. The sadness that keeps trying to settle into your bones does not belong to you. It came from outside of you, and it has been pressing on you for so long that you began to mistake it for your own nature. Hear me clearly. That weight was never yours, and today I am naming it so you can stop blaming yourself for it. You opened the scriptures hoping for an answer, and the words felt distant and cold. You are not the first of mine to know that silence. Many have cried out from caves and prison floors and dry wilderness places, and they too wondered if I had turned away. I had not turned from them. I have not turned from you. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, and not a year ago. A year ago, you would have taken it as a kind thought and let it go. Now you are worn enough to be honest and hungry enough to hold on. That honesty is not weakness. It is the open door through which I am about to speak. So do not treat these words lightly, for they carry weight you cannot yet measure. If you turn away now, you will walk past the very confirmation you asked me for, the sign you longed to see, the answer you begged me to release. Stay and let me finish what I have started saying to you. I know the battles you have fought that no one else has seen. I know the mornings you forced yourself to stand when your heart felt too weak to keep going. You have been holding on by a thread at times, whispering prayers you feared were too small for heaven to hear. No prayer of yours has ever been too small. I bend low to hear the faintest ones first. My child, I also know what you have been telling yourself in secret, that you are behind, that everyone else is moving forward while you stay stuck in the same place, that maybe you are the reason nothing works. I am telling you now, those words are not mine, and I have never once spoken them over you. What I speak over you sounds different. I say that you are mine. I say that your name is engraved on the palms of my hands, and no delay, no debt, no closed door has ever loosened my grip on you. I say that the long silence you endured was never absence. I was nearer in the silence than you have ever dared to believe. You asked me if your effort was worth anything. You asked if your patience would ever bear fruit. You asked, sometimes in anger, why the road had to be this long. I did not despise a single one of those questions. I gathered them, and I have been holding your answer until this exact moment, when you were finally able to receive it without it crushing you. Something has broken open concerning you. A long chapter is closing, and I have chosen to tell you myself rather than let you discover it slowly. What held you is losing its hold. What blocked you is being moved aside. I am not describing a feeling. I am describing a decision that has already been made in my presence. In the days ahead, you will remember this moment. You will remember that you almost passed it by, and that something made you stay. That something was me. I stopped you here because I have a word to place in your hands, and I intend to finish speaking it over you before this hour ends. So take a breath. Loosen the grip you have been keeping on your own worry. You do not need to hold yourself together while I am speaking, because I am holding you. Let every other voice grow quiet. There is only you and me now, and I have waited a long time for your full attention. Say amen out loud if your heart knows this word is for you. Now let me show you what you have been walking through, because you deserve to understand it. The heaviness of these past years was not bad luck. It was not weakness in you. There has been a long and deliberate opposition arranged against your life, and it worked in the dark precisely so you would blame yourself for its damage. It pressed against your provision. Money that should have reached you was delayed. Expenses appeared at the worst possible moments. The math never worked, and you thought you were failing, when in truth you were under siege. It pressed against your rest. You were pulled from sleep in the smallest hours, and worry was waiting there like an ambush. It knew your weakest hour. It knew which fears to replay in the dark, and it played them over and over until morning. It pressed against your closest bonds, Misunderstandings were stirred where there should have been peace. Distance crept in between you and people you love. You felt alone in rooms full of voices, and you thought something was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. You were being isolated on purpose because you are far less easily defeated when you are not alone. And it pressed against your prayers. Every time you reached for me, a whisper told you the reaching was useless. Every time hope began to rise, a fresh trouble arrived to knock it down. This was not your imagination. You were opposed by something that studied you and feared what you would become. Hear what I am telling you, and let it lift years of false guilt off your shoulders. You were not lazy. You were not cursed by your own failures. You were a target precisely because of what I have placed inside you. The enemy does not lay siege to an empty storehouse. But I want you to understand something greater. All that time, the opposition could only go so far and no further. It pressed you, but it could not crush you. It delayed you, but it could not erase you. There was a boundary drawn around your life that it could never cross, and I was the one who drew it. And now hear the word I stopped you to deliver. The permission that opposition relied upon has ended. Its season is over. In my presence a ruling has been made concerning you, and no power beneath heaven can appeal it. The siege against your provision is broken. The ambush against your rest is disbanded. The wedge driven between you and those you love is being pulled out. I do not send messengers for a matter this close to my heart. I myself have gone ahead of you. I am unlocking what was sealed. I am releasing what was held. I am straightening the road that was made crooked, and I am doing it now, while my voice is still in your ears. Declare, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. You may ask why the opposition was allowed at all. It is a fair question, and I will not shame you for asking it. Understand this much for now. What came against you intended your ruin, but I bent every one of its schemes into your training. It meant to break your faith. Instead, your faith grew roots that storms can no longer reach. Think of what you can carry now that would have flattened you years ago. Think of the bad news you can hear without collapsing. Think of how quickly you return to prayer after a blow that once would have kept you away for months. That steadiness was forged in you during the very years you thought were wasted. Nothing about you was wasted. The one who opposed you understood something you are only now beginning to see. You are dangerous to the darkness. A person who keeps believing after years of resistance is a person who cannot be stopped by ordinary trouble. That is why the pressure on you was never ordinary. It was a measure of your worth, not a measure of your failure. So from this day, refuse the old explanation. When you remember the years of struggle, you will no longer say, "That was the proof that God forgot me." You will say, "That was the siege, and the siege is broken." Words matter, my child. Speak of your past the way I speak of it, and the past will lose its power to poison your future. I want you to notice something else in the days ahead. Burdens you carried for years will begin to feel strangely lighter, and you will wonder if you are imagining it. You are not imagining it. When a siege lifts, the air itself changes. Decisions that once paralyzed you will become simple. Tasks you avoided for months will take an afternoon. Do not credit coincidence for any of it. Coincidence did not endure the dark years with you, and coincidence is not delivering you now. I am. Give me what belongs to me, which is your trust, and I will keep showing you my hand until you can no longer doubt it. There will still be echoes of the old pressure, a bill, a harsh word, a heavy morning. Echoes are not the siege returning. They are the sound of something defeated growing fainter as it leaves. Treat them that way. Do not rebuild your fear around every echo, or you will imprison yourself in a war that has already ended. Instead, when trouble taps on your door, answer it with the ruling I have declared. Say, the permission has ended. Say, my God has gone ahead of me. Say it, even if your voice shakes, because heaven does not measure the steadiness of your voice. It measures the direction of your trust. You have spent years learning what it is to stand under pressure. Now you will learn what it is to walk without it. That will take some getting used to, and I will be patient with you while you learn. But learn it you will, because the next season of your life does not resemble the last one. I have seen to that myself. My child, hear me clearly now, because I am about to say something I have been waiting years to say to you. You finally did it. You reached the place I always knew you would reach. You pushed through storms that were designed to break you, and you did not quit, even when everything around you shouted that quitting was reasonable. You held on when others walked away. You kept moving when your strength was gone and you were running on nothing but stubborn hope. You stood in the fire, and though it burned, you walked out, carrying something the fire could not touch. This moment is not an accident. It is the fruit of your endurance, and I, your God, am proud of you. You thought I was punishing you. I was not. Every trial was shaping something in you that ease could never have built. Every closed door was my hand between you and harm you could not see. I was never against you. I was always for you, even on the days you cursed the road I had you walking. I saw you fight silent battles no one else even noticed. You thought no one cared. I cared. You thought no one was listening. I was listening. In the moments you felt most alone, my presence filled that room, whether you sensed it or not. Now, before I speak of what comes next, I have an instruction for you, and I ask you to receive it with an open heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me take you back down the road you have walked, so you can see that I was there at every step. You have carried pain you never asked to carry. You have felt the sting of betrayal from people you trusted with your whole heart. In those moments you wondered if I had turned away. I never turned away. I stood guard over you in the shadows, even when you thought heaven had gone quiet. The people who left you did not all leave by accident. Some of them had to go, no matter how much it hurt, because their presence in your future would have poisoned what I am preparing for you. You could not see that then. You saw only the empty chair and the unanswered message. But I saw 10 years down the road, and I loved you too much to leave certain doors open. I know the wounds they're leaving left behind. I saw you question your worth because of it. I saw you blame yourself for endings that were never your fault. Hear me now. Their departure was not a verdict on your value. Sometimes I remove people the way a builder removes scaffolding, because the true structure is ready to stand. And the doors that slammed shut, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers at the last moment, the plans that crumbled after you had worked so hard to build them. You asked me why everyone else seemed to move forward while you stood still. My child, those refusals were not rejection. If I had opened certain doors when you begged for them, what waited behind them would have wounded you, not blessed you. There is a timing to every release, and I do not explain it in advance because trust that demands full explanation is not trust at all. But I will tell you this. Not one of those delays was carelessness. Each one was measured. Each one had a purpose you will one day see plainly. And when you see it, you will thank me for every door I refuse to open. You also wrestled with doubt, and I want to speak to that directly. You asked God, "Are you even real? Do you still hear me? Have you forgotten me?" I never condemned you for those questions. I saw the weight you carried when you asked them, and I stayed closer to you in those hours than you ever realized. Doubt asked in the dark is still a form of reaching for me. The one who has truly given up does not bother to ask anything at all. You kept asking. That means the thread between us never broke, no matter how thin it felt. I have held my end of that thread through everything, and I am holding it now. Do you remember the nights you sat in the dark and whispered words you thought no one would ever hear? I heard them. You thought you were speaking into emptiness, but those whispers reached my throne before they finished leaving your lips. Even when you said nothing at all, when you only sat in silence because the words had run out, I knew what your heart was asking. I answered some of those silent prayers years ago, in ways you have not yet traced back to me. So let this settle into your soul. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. You were never unloved. Everything you endured has carried you to this exact moment, and this moment is not the end of your story. It is the hinge on which your story turns. I am not honoring you today because you were perfect. You were not, and I have never once required that of you. I am honoring you because you stayed. Because when leaving was easier, you remained. Because when despair made its best argument, you went to sleep, woke up, and tried again. Heaven does not overlook that kind of courage. I certainly have not. There is one more weight I must lift from you before we go forward, and that is the shame you have been carrying in secret. The quiet thought that says, maybe I am the reason nothing works out. Maybe I am the failure. I am telling you today with all the authority of heaven, you are not a failure. You are a fighter who was handed a heavier load than most, and you carried it further than most ever could. Where you saw weakness, I saw someone who kept standing. Where you saw falling apart, I saw someone holding together a life under pressure that would have flattened others. Where you saw yourself overlooked, I saw a servant I was guarding for an appointed hour. You have been telling your own story in the enemy's words. Today, I am giving you mine. Do you remember the times you smiled in front of everyone, then came home and collapsed, your soul aching with questions you could not put into words? I was there in that room, when you laid your head down and whispered, God, just give me one reason to keep going. I became the reason. Every morning you woke up after a night you thought you would not survive. That was my hand lifting you. Now listen carefully, for I am declaring something new over your life. The waiting season you have carried for so long has come to an end. The long cycle of not yet and maybe later has finished. I say it with all authority. The chapter is closed. You have crossed over. I am the one who opens doors no man can shut. And I tell you today, I have opened such a door for you. It was not built by human hands, and no power on earth can pull it closed. It is not luck. It is not coincidence. I carved this door into your story long ago, and now I have swung it wide, and I am inviting you to walk through it. For every door that slammed in your face, for every chance that was stolen by delay, I now set before you an entrance that cannot be taken away. You do not need to force it. You do not need to beg at it. It is already unlocked. Your part is only to rise and step through it with boldness. And hear this, because it matters to you more than you admit. Your victory will not be hidden this time. For years your triumphs were quiet, known only to you and to me. Now I will make your turning visible. Those who doubted you will see it. Those who questioned your faith will see it. Those who decided you would never rise will stand as witnesses to what my hand has done in you. Do you remember whispering to yourself, "When will it be my turn?" My child, this is your turn. This is your moment. The door I have opened is not small and it is not fragile. What flows through it will not be a brief relief that fades by winter. It is a lasting change in the direction of your life. I am restoring years that felt stolen from you. I am multiplying what was broken down to almost nothing, and I am doing it in such a way that when it unfolds, no honest observer will be able to explain it apart from me. That is deliberate. Your life is about to become an argument that I keep my word. You sowed in sorrow, season after season, with no harvest in sight. Now you will reap in joy. You endured the silence. Now you will hear celebration where there was mourning. You stood in faith when there was no evidence on the table. Now I will set evidence before you until your hands lift on their own in awe. What I do in this season will also silence the old lies. Every voice that said you were forgotten will be answered, not by your arguing, but by the plain sight of my faithfulness resting on your life. You will not need to defend yourself. Your circumstances will speak, and they will speak clearly. So step forward. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Do not let fear grab your ankle at the last moment and whisper that this is all too good, that words like these are for other people. You have been strengthened for this exact door. You are not too late. You are not unworthy. This is not a trick, and it is not a test. It is my promise arriving. I know that after years of disappointment, hope itself can feel dangerous. You learned to keep your expectations low so that life could not hurt you again. That habit protected you once. It cannot come with you through this door. On the other side, you will need the courage to expect good things again, and I will teach it back to you gently, one fulfilled promise at a time. Start small if you must. Expect me in one thing this week. Place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. When I answer, mark it. Let that answer become a stone of remembrance and build on it. This is how a heart that was taught to brace itself learns instead to stand up straight. And when you walk through this door, do not look back over your shoulder as if the old season might chase you down and reclaim you. It cannot. A closed chapter has no authority over an open one. I have placed the ending myself, and what I end stays ended. And do not wait until you feel worthy to begin walking. Worthiness was never the price of entry. I opened this door because of who I am and because of what I have decided concerning you. Your feelings will catch up to the truth in time. Until they do, let the truth lead and let the feelings follow behind. Lift your head, my child. Straighten your back. You have spent enough years walking with your eyes on the ground, braced for the next blow. The next steps you take will be different, because the ground itself has changed. You are not walking toward the promise anymore. You are walking in it. Now let me show you what I am placing in your hands, so you will recognize each blessing as it arrives, and know exactly where it came from. These are not small things. They are not passing kindnesses. They are lasting portions, and I have set 5 of them aside with your name on each one. First, I am giving you peace. not the fragile calm the world offers, the kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. My peace, the kind that stands guard over your mind like a soldier at a gate. You once lay awake dreading tomorrow. Now when your head touches the pillow, my peace will meet you there, and rest will stop being a battle. Where confusion ruled, clarity will guide you. Where fear whispered, courage will answer. This peace does not depend on your circumstances improving first. It arrives before the circumstances change, which is how you will know it is mine. The world's calm follows good news. My peace walks ahead of it. Second, I am bringing provision. The days of counting what you have and finding it lacking are closing. I fed my people with bread from the sky in a wilderness where nothing grew. I took a few loaves and small fish and fed thousands with baskets left over. I have not changed. What is in your hands right now looks small to you. Place it in mine and see what I make of it. Do not fear lack anymore. Fear of lack is a habit from the siege years, and the siege is over. I will supply what you need, and beyond that, I will surprise you. Provision will arrive from directions you never mapped, through hands you never expected, at moments so precise that you will laugh at the timing. That laugh will be worship, and I will receive it gladly. Third, restoration. What was lost, what was torn, what was broken while you were too tired to defend it, I am restoring. Joy will move back into the rooms where sorrow lived. Bonds that were wounded will be healed, some of them so completely that the wound itself becomes a place of unusual strength. Nothing is too broken for me to rebuild. Nothing has drifted so far that I cannot return it. Even the years themselves I will redeem. You have grieved the time you think you lost, the seasons that seem to produce nothing. But I waste nothing, not even the barren stretches. A field left fallow is not a dead field. It is a field gathering richness for a harvest the constantly worked ground could never yield. You are about to harvest from years you had written off. Fourth, healing. For your body, worn down by carrying tension it was never meant to hold. For your mind, tired of running the same anxious circles. For your heart, still tender in places you do not let anyone touch. I am the one who binds up the brokenhearted, and I am attending to you personally, not sending the work to another. Where sickness drained your strength, renewal is coming. Where grief pressed you down, I am lifting. You will notice it in small ways first. A morning without the familiar dread. A memory that surfaces without the old sting. Breath that comes easier. Do not dismiss those small mercies. They are the first drops before rain. Fifth, joy. Real joy. Not the thin kind that evaporates when trouble returns. This joy is rooted in my love which does not move, so it will hold in every weather. You will laugh again without checking over your shoulder. You will find yourself singing at odd moments and wonder where the song came from. It came from me. It was always yours. It is simply coming home. Speak the words, I receive it, if your hands are open today. Understand, my child, why this outpouring comes now. Your perseverance positioned you for it. Many gave up in the middle of the road. You did not. Many turned back when the way grew dark. You pressed on. Because you stayed, because you endured, because you kept rising, you are standing exactly where the rain is about to fall. The miracle you thought was delayed was never sitting idle. It was a seed beneath the soil the whole time. While you saw nothing but bare ground, roots were spreading deep and a foundation was forming in secret. What you prayed for in hiddenness is now breaking the surface. and what breaks the surface after that kind of rooting does not wither easily. And these 5 portions are not for a moment. They are the opening of a new chapter, not a brief festival before the old life resumes. You will walk in peace daily. You will live in provision without the old dread. You will carry restoration and healing that others can feel when they stand near you. You will overflow with a joy that cannot be explained by your circumstances. That overflow has a purpose beyond you. Others will notice the change and ask, "How did you make it through? How are you standing? What happened to you?" And you will point to me. Your life will become a doorway through which weary people find their way back to hope. I am blessing you in a manner designed to spill over, because that is how my kingdom moves through the earth. You will be a bearer of peace to the troubled, a voice of courage to the ones about to quit, living proof to the hurting that I still heal, still restore, still lift up those who refuse to let go of me. This is part of why you were allowed to walk so hard a road. No one learns to carry water for others in a land where it has never been scarce. So lift your hands and receive all 5 portions without apology. You do not need to earn them now. The staying was the sowing, and this is the harvest. I, the Lord your God, am faithful, and I keep every promise I make. This is your season of blessing. Take it from my hand. Now that I have opened the door and named the blessings, I must also prepare you, because every new season carries both promise and danger. What I am placing in your hands is powerful, and powerful things must be guarded. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because a shepherd who sees the wolf and says nothing loves no one. Be careful first of pride. When the change in your life becomes visible, when people begin to notice and ask questions, a quiet voice will suggest, "You did this yourself." Your grit, your cleverness, your endurance. There is a grain of truth in it, which is what makes it dangerous. Yes, you endured, but it was my strength that held you together when yours ran out, and my hand that opened what no effort of yours could unlock. Remember the source, and the blessing keeps its sweetness. Forget the source, and the same blessing turns heavy and hollow in your hands. Stay low in your own eyes, and I will keep lifting you higher. That is not a threat. It is simply how weight is carried safely. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree can stand without breaking. Be careful next of fear. When I bless you, the whisper will change its approach. It will stop saying, "This will never happen," and start saying, "This will never last." What if it is taken away? What if you were never meant to have it? Fear always aims at the newest thing I have given, because new things have not yet grown their defenses. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. I have given you power and love and a sound mind. So when the what-ifs rise, do not negotiate with them. Answer them out loud with what I have said. What my hand gives, no thief can carry off. Fear will shrink a blessing if you feed it. Faith will enlarge the same blessing if you feed that instead. You choose the table. Guard also your tongue, and hear me carefully here, because few understand this. Not everything I give you is meant to be announced right away. Some blessings must stay hidden for a season, like a root taking hold, so they can grow strong before they are exposed to other eyes. Announced too soon, they draw envy, doubt, and interference before they can stand on their own. Remember Joseph. He told his dream to his brothers before its time, and the telling stirred a hatred that cost him years in a pit and a prison. I still kept every word of that dream, but the road there was made harder by an early announcement. Not everyone at your table can celebrate your rising. Some will misunderstand it. A few will quietly work against it. So keep certain things between you and me until I show you the moment to speak. This is not dishonesty, it is stewardship. Silence, rightly used, is a shield around a young harvest. When the blessing is strong enough to stand in the open, I myself will give you the words and the moment, and then no tongue will be able to talk it down. Stay close to me in prayer, closer than ever. Here is a trap that catches many in seasons of increase. The busyness of the blessing slowly crowds out the presence of the one who gave it. The struggling soul prays daily out of need. The blessed soul can drift for weeks without noticing. Do not let what I give you become the very thing that pulls you from me. Prayer keeps your spirit sharp and your heart in line with mine. When you pray, you return to the source and drink. When prayer fades, other voices grow louder, and you begin to take direction from your worries again. Come to me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Come at night before sleep takes you. Even a few honest words keep the road between us worn smooth. Remain in gratitude as well. It is a strange weakness of the human heart that it can pray for something for 10 years, receive it, and within a season treat it as ordinary. Do not let familiarity steal the wonder of what I am doing. Thank me for the small things as quickly as the great ones. A grateful heart never runs dry because gratitude keeps the gate open through which more arrives. And above all, stay in faith. There will still be days of testing in this new season. Not the old siege, but the ordinary weather of a living faith. On those days, doubt will offer its old argument one more time. Let your answer be settled in advance. Faith is your anchor now, the same faith that carried you through the years of waiting. It did not retire when the waiting ended. It simply changed assignments. Faith is not seeing everything clearly. It is trusting the one who does. When you cannot trace my hand, trust my heart. When you do not understand my timing, remember its record. It has never once failed you, even in the years when you were certain it had. You have the proof of that now. Carry the proof with you into every dark day ahead, and no dark day will keep you. I entrust more to you now than you have ever carried, and with more comes greater keeping. Guard your heart, guard your words, guard the quiet place where you and I meet. Not everyone around you will understand the season you are in, and you are not required to make them understand. Let your life do the explaining in due time. Treasure what I place in your hands. Water it with prayer. Surround it with gratitude. Shield it with humility, and grow it with faith. Do this, and the blessing will not only remain, it will multiply until it overflows the borders of your own life and runs into the lives of everyone I send near you. That overflow is my plan, and I am not hiding it from you. You are blessed in order to become a blessing, and I have chosen you for both. One more preparation, and then I will speak of the surprise I have been saving for the end. In the days just ahead, do not be startled if resistance flares one last time. A defeated enemy rarely leaves quietly. There may be a sudden quarrel over something small, an unexpected expense, a wave of heaviness or doubt that seems to arrive from nowhere. This is not the siege returning. This is the noise of a retreat. When it comes, do not panic and do not despair. Recognize it, name it, and answer it out loud. Say, I know what this is, and it has no claim on me anymore. The permission has ended, and my God walks ahead of me. Then continue on your way. Opposition that is answered calmly loses its power twice as fast, because its only real weapon was your fear. Now, my child, let me set two roads before you, because what you do with this word will decide which one you travel. On the first road you let this hour fade. You are stirred today, but by tomorrow the old voice returns, whispering that words like these are for other people, and you agree with it out of habit. Months from now you are still circling the same worries, still braced for the next blow, wondering why nothing shifted. On the second road you take me at my word. You rise tomorrow and speak of your past the way I have spoken of it tonight. You place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. You guard the blessing, stay near me in prayer, and step through the door I have opened without looking over your shoulder. On that road, months from now, your own life has become the evidence, and the people around you are asking what changed. The two roads are real, and the choosing is happening now, not someday. Choose the second road, not because I demand it coldly, but because everything in me longs to see you walk it, and everything I have prepared is waiting along its way. And now, the surprise. It is not a possession, though provision is coming. It is not a single answered request, though answers are already in motion. The surprise is this: you were never forgotten. Not for 1 hour of one day of all those years. Every prayer you thought had gone unanswered was being kept, the way a faithful steward keeps an inheritance until the heir comes of age. The nights you felt abandoned, I was in the room. The delays that broke your heart were my hand holding back what would have harmed you. The doors that closed were my mercy wearing a disguise you could not recognize at the time. You believed you were fighting alone, and the whole time heaven was arranged around you like an army you could not see. Even when my silence felt like absence, it was nearer to a held breath. There is a kind of quiet that comes before a great unveiling, when everything is prepared, and the only thing remaining is the right moment. You have been living inside that quiet. It was never emptiness. It was the stillness of a table already set, waiting for you to be brought to it. The breakthrough you begged for was not withheld out of reluctance. It was held in trust until you stood where receiving it would establish you instead of scattering you. Not perfect, for I never required perfection. Positioned, ready in the way that matters. And here you are, and here it is. And this meeting of the two is what I have been arranging all along. So receive it. Stop analyzing whether a word this kind could truly be for you. Stop demanding one more proof before you let yourself hope. Open your hands. Open your heart. Receive the turning that is already in motion, the ruling already declared, the door already open, the 5 portions already set aside with your name on them. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened. And know this as you go: you will not walk into the new season alone. I did not carry you through the fire only to release you at the edge of the garden. As I was with you in the trial, I will be with you in the blessing. Closer, in fact, because you now know my voice in a way that only the long road could teach you. You once worried about what tomorrow would bring. Let that worry retire now. I hold tomorrow already. Every path you will walk, I have walked ahead of you. Every trouble you will meet, I have already overcome. What look like open questions to you are settled answers in my plan. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and nothing about your life is uncertain to me. Your story will not end in silence or in shame. I promise you that. The battles you thought would bury you will become the proof of my faithfulness, told in your own voice. The scars you carry will speak louder than arguments ever could, telling everyone who hurts that I heal, that I restore, that I lift up those who hold on to me. People will wonder how you are still standing, and standing with joy. And you will say, "It was the Lord. It was always the Lord." That is why you were chosen for this road, not as punishment, as trust. I needed a life that could carry this testimony without breaking under it, and I found that life in you. What you endured privately will now speak publicly, and many who are ready to give up will keep going because they heard what I did for you. So go now into what I have prepared, and go unafraid. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who has heard from heaven. When the old thoughts knock, let the new word answer. When the door stands before you, walk through it without apology, because the one who opened it is walking through it with you. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, fragile and passing, but mine, deep and unmoved. Carry it into your home. Carry it into your work. Carry it into every room that once knew your worry, and let it change the air of your whole life. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I loved you through the years you felt unlovable, and I will love you through every year that remains and beyond them all. Nothing you did made me begin, and nothing you could do would make me stop. This is the ground you stand on now. It does not shake. The waiting is over. The door is open. The blessing is released, and I myself go with you. Rise, my child, and walk into it. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you believe this word belongs to your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.